Ready?
When you are, yeah. It's rolling.
Hey, let's get started. Welcome everyone to commission meeting, Monday, the 14th day of March, 2022. We will have Dan Jessen say our opening prayer, and then Sheriff Carpenter will lead us in the pledge.
Father in heaven, we are grateful for this beautiful land. We're grateful for this county, for the citizens that live in it. We're grateful for this great country that we have, for the freedoms that we have. We're grateful for some of the moisture that we've been able to receive recently. We ask a blessing on this meeting, that we might be able to have cooler heads prevail. We might have wisdom distilled upon those that are making decisions, that we may have calmness and peace in our hearts, that we can intelligently discuss things and come to the best conclusions to benefit all of those that we serve. And these things we ask in the name of thy Son, Jesus Christ. Amen.
Amen. Amen.
Thanks, Dan.
Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you.
They're falling off. I had to go back.
I did not fall.
Okay, well, we will, let's see, we probably need a motion on to approve the minutes for February 28th, 2022.
I'll move for approval of the minutes of February 28th, 2022.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Can we get approval for the claims?
I'll move to approve the payment of claims from March 1st through March 13th of this year.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, I guess we can move on to departmental reports, and we'll ask Dan to go first with the auditor.
Morning, Commissioners.
Morning.
So, just a few things. I'll try to be fairly brief. I get teased for taking too much time up here. So, my budget ended the year good last year, and so far this year we're good. I'll just start there. Secondly, as we're getting ready for the tax sale, I thought I would let you guys know we've officially decided to go with public surplus. They've been putting a lot of pressure on. I know they've gone to a lot of UAC meetings and done reports to the commission and so forth. In the past 2 years, we've used Bid for Assets, a company from back east, and they've done a great job. We've been totally happy with Bid for Assets. As you know, public surplus signed an agreement with UAC that will give better rates, so basically, we don't pay a fee, but any of the buyers of any of the land pay a percentage. They pay a buyer premium. And so if we go through UAC with public surplus, then the buyers get a better premium. Instead of paying 10% like they did to Bid for Assets, they pay 8% to public surplus. And public surplus usually does 10, but it's anyways an 8. Plus then they contribute on the back end with UAC as a sponsor and help out. So it's a good arrangement all the way around. UAC is able to get some revenues, and anyways, so we've just kind of been going back and forth, but officially we've decided to go with public surplus, and that'll happen in the 4th Thursday of May. So we start the process now, so that we can get everything, all the ducks in a row, and make it happen by then. Legislative session is finally over, thank goodness. We didn't take too many beatings in the auditors group, not quite like the clerks. The clerks we're all on the same calls, but the clerks, how many election bills were there? Like 150? I don't know, not really, but
It felt like it.
it felt like it.
We played a lot of defense this year.
A lot of defense. There were some good bills, some good security bills for elections, which I won't comment on because that's not my area. But I was fairly heavily involved in because of my seat on the URS membership council. Representative Gwynn's bill, House Bill 12, was a big bill, really, for public safety. It would have made some. The original bill would have made some major changes to Tier 2 public safety and firefighters. It was that price tag, the fiscal note was really a lot, and so he scaled it back and essentially split it into two different approaches. One, the bill what would have done is it would have made it so that the post-retirement rules would have been shortened to 90 days instead of a year for a 4-year window, and it flew through the House. I thought for sure this thing was going to be taken home, and the Senate slowed it down, and I know that there's a lot of really unhappy people about it. Well, that's what I was going to say. They slowed it down to a point where they said they wanted to talk about it over interim, and they're going to put together a committee. So there's a lot of unhappy people about that. The thought is maybe instead of, from what I've heard, doing several different pieces to work on Tier 2, maybe they'll do one big bite of the apple. I don't know exactly. I will probably be in some of those committees this summer. So we'll see. But Ken, if you have any input, let me know. I bet.
I'm with Ken.
And there will be a lot of public safety there on that committee. I won't have to represent all of us, but I'll be there from the county's perspective. But anyways, hopefully we can get somewhere with that. That was, I don't know why it really, even if they're going to think about it and make bigger changes, there wasn't a lot of reason to stop this bill that I could see. But so URS has taken a beating on that. I know there's a lot of unhappy commissioners that have made some threats to URS, so it's not in a good spot. I've tried to contact Brandy a couple times and she hasn't called me back, so we'll see where that all falls out. But legislative session's always fun. Finally, what is dominating absolutely all of my time, I've been talking about this for a while, 2021's year of its comprehensive annual financial report, formerly known as the CAFR, now known as the Annual Comprehensive Financial Report, has been a little bit of a disaster. To put it lightly, I'm extremely unhappy with Tyler, our financial software. Jared's fit to be tied. Mike Carey in my office, we've been working on payroll for 2 years. Their support has just dried up. And to try and get something done is impossible. I've been trying since May to get their CAFR software. And it's just online software. It's in the cloud. There's really nothing to do. And it took like 8 months to get me that software. And when I finally got it, it needed, they wanted to schedule me a month out, for training and implementation and more money. And anyways, was really unhappy with that. I looked at another company, really kind of the industry leader. They wanted $30,000 to $75,000 to set it up, and $17,500 a year. And at that point, I just got really frustrated with it. Last year we had Hinton Burdick do it, and we paid them about $10,000. When I last talked to McKay, he said that they lost money on that significantly. He said it's going to have to be at least double next year. So, I'm looking at $20,000 to $25,000 with Hinton Burdick if we were to use them again. We already made the decision to go this other route and do it in-house. So, a little bit of a fit of frustration. I decided to just do it in-house completely. So I'm basically recreating this in-house with Excel and Word, and it's been dominating all my time. I've been working nights and weekends, and and I will do until, luckily we scheduled our audit in May this year because I wanted to buy myself a little bit of time, thinking we were going to be learning new software, not doing it ourselves in-house. So I'm happy to say that it's going very well. I'm making a lot of progress, but I've just been, if anybody wonders why my emails maybe aren't quite as quick to be responded to, anything that isn't absolutely pressing, I'm just pushing off until we get this done. So that's what's going on in the auditor's world. My staff is doing good. Everybody's just chugging along. And by the time our auditors show up, we're gonna have an annual financial report ready for them to look at, and I'm going to be quite proud of having done that. So, any questions for me?
Nope. Very good.
Thank you.
Thank you for working so hard, Dan. Okay, we've got Maria. Tourism. Do you do Parks and Rec too?
Good morning.
Good morning.
Let's see, make sure I got everybody's report. So we are still not able to get into our building. So my report is a little, I did the best I could based on what I had available to me because I don't have access to my computer. So, but we should be in the building by Thursday. So
Floors.
So
Redoing the floors.
yeah, we've had a little delay that was a little unexpected. So, but we should be back on track. So I'm glad about that. So far we're good. We finished our budget last year. Good. We're on track this year so far. Generally, a lot of our spending will actually start taking place from about now till about July, because this is our busiest time when we start putting in our advertising. But we had a good 2021. Our TRT collections increased 56%, and restaurant tax increased about 30% over 2020, which was good because 2020 was a tough year. And we're glad to have that, knowing that we're probably going to go into a kind of a bumpy season with everything that's going on with gas prices and the world economy and the world's just the world issues. And so we've seen this before. We tend to have lots of bumps. And so it'll be good to have a little cushion. So
They'll stay local rather than go far away again,
Yeah.
like they did in COVID.
so we'll see what happens there. But occupancy ended at 42.2%, which is up 5.5% over last year. The full occupancy report is the big report that's in your packet. It's on the big piece of paper, but you can see how it went last year in 2021. And average daily rate did increase about 4.2%, which is good. That means our hotels are making more revenue. So. We have our grants, of course. We have lots of grants, which we're very grateful for because they help us with our advertising, because advertising is incredibly expensive. So we have our winter grant with Brian Head. Things are going well with that. I have not heard a report on how they are doing, but occupancy hasn't dropped, so I'm guessing that they're doing fine. And so we'll know more at the end of the season, which will be mid-April. We also have another grant from from the Utah Office of Tourism, which will help us with some destination marketing. And then we also had the grant that we did with King County and Garfield County to do the episode of from Outside TV, which is the Park to Park Venturing Out. And with that grant, our contribution was only $67,000. So not a lot for what we'll get in terms of impressions and just national exposure. And this is the only episode that they've ever done that is a winter version, so it was focusing on Brian Head for our segment, which I think will be good for them. Let's see. I do have another grant that was kind of surprised to get, and I will be bringing that to you guys at the next commission meeting. As far as moving on to kind of the things that are happening in the office, you'll see a list of the recommendations for project funding from the Iron County Restaurant Tax Board. We had projects, everything from heating and audio system and for the Cross Hollows Event Center to trail improvements or trail building, to a new fee station at Cedar Breaks, campground improvements. We had quite a few applications, and total was about a little over $656,000 that was recommended by the Restaurant Tax Board to go towards those projects. So with restaurant tax money, it can be used for tourism, recreation, cultural convention, and airport improvements and marketing. So we had some marketing applications, but most of them were infrastructure, which is good because that helps us build nice amenities that county citizens can enjoy as well as our visitors. We had some, thanks to our communication specialist, Kaylee Pickering, we had some incredible earned media in 2021. I've included that in the report. We had 129 media articles and mentions about Iron County destinations and attractions. This equals $3.7 million in advertising equivalent. So that's money we didn't have to spend to get that kind of exposure. Major outlets included Outside, Chicago Tribune, and Thrillist. I already mentioned having Park to Park here, but there is the website where you can see what the program's all about in your packet. And then we're just busy. Spring and summer campaigns are in full swing. Advertising this year will include KSL TV, KSL Radio, Las Vegas radio on various stations, I-15 billboards. There'll be about 20 billboards total. We have this thing called OTT, which is advertising that is placed on streaming services. So that's where your Prime Video, it does not include Hulu. Hulu is too expensive, but it's coming down, so we'll probably start seeing that a little bit more. But it's basically anywhere there's a stream and we can target a specific audience. We can say we want people who are watching TV and streaming in Las Vegas or Southern California, and they like outdoor recreation or they like to go to outdoor theater. We can target them and serve up a video, like a video ad, your typical video ad. And we've had really good success with that because we can track it. It shows us how many people have actually watched our videos. We also have digital ads, retargeting, and TripAdvisor, which is the number one where people go to get their information when they're planning their trips, because people like peers, what other people have done, rather than going to it's not like how it used to be where they would get a visitor guide or go to a visitor destination website. People typically are traveling based on what other people have experienced. And so we have a really good partnership with TripAdvisor where we can have some say in the content that's out there because, of course, it's peer reviewed. So it's not like we can put lots of things on there telling people they should come to Iron County, but we have some influence. And the nice thing is that it does show us how many people have actually booked on TripAdvisor or have based on the content on TripAdvisor. So we can actually track how many people are actually coming from that advertisement. So this has been good, and we're going to continue to do that. That is pretty much all I have for tourism. Any questions? Okay, moving on to outdoor rec. Let's see. So current budget. Oh, I don't know why that says that. We're at 4%. So that'll change as we start getting into the season. We have quite a few events already planned for the season here on the parks. We have We Rock, Intermountain Cup, Utah Summer Games. UFO Fest is returning.
They left, right?
Yes.
And they're coming
They're
back.
coming back. They have a new organizer, and they're going for it.
Oh,
So we also have the Legacy OHV race. They came last year with a very small race because they had there was a competing race happening at the same time. This year they're coming back in September, and they anticipate it'll be a much bigger race. So we're excited for them. Along with the half marathon, and the high school mountain biking is returning in August and in September. Park collections were down 9% from last year, which was kind of not surprising because we didn't have one event that we had in 2020, so that had an effect on. So, but they're definitely busy with people who are camping. We have a lot of campers
even now.
So,
Wow.
we have the 2 new vault toilets that were installed at Woods Ranch and Vermillion Castle last fall. And we celebrated the land patent at Three Peaks on September 25th and dedicated the large pavilion to former Commissioner Louis Bullock. So that tells you I haven't been here for a while, so I apologize. So just reporting on some of the things since the last time. We did have some contamination that was possibly brought on by the heavy rains up at Woods Ranch, which caused us to close the water system. And we had to have the Department of Water Quality come and do a level 2 assessment, which helped us identify some areas that we could possibly make better. And Bryce has taken care of that, and so we should be good to go in the spring. And we're also going to be installing new snow load benches and picnic tables at Woods Ranch this spring. If you've been up there in the last couple of years, you'll know they've been pretty sad because they're wood. And so we ordered some snow load, which should last us a long, long time. So we're excited about that. I do want to commend Bryce for his hard work and dedication to the Vermillion Castle project. That was it's a very big project. And he's had to oversee the extensive removal of the trees, and the fence install, and he was very much on top of what had happened after the flood and how much debris and whatnot had come down, and he was very much on top of that. And we are very grateful to Curtis, by the way, because he was incredibly helpful, and we hope we can get him back so we can keep up that with that creek. Mike Worthern is working to move the group site and the amphitheater out of the swamp area that became more evident when we had the flood. We have ordered the tables, the fire rings, and the grills, but we do still have a lot of work to be done up there, and we're pleading with Marilyn and hopefully with the road department to see if we can get a crew up there to help. If we could get a crew up there for a week, we could probably get. We
also have an excavator over there,
nice.
So we have 2 now.
Oh, good.
The one with Curtis, and then we've got one at the landfill.
Oh, okay.
So that is something that maybe we can use up there too.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because if we can get some help up there. I mean, both you and Commissioner Cousins saw when we went to look at the bathroom how rough it is.
Yes.
It's pretty rough, and so we need to go in and really smooth things out before we can really open.
We probably need to take a blade up there, I'll bet.
Oh, yeah.
but our one is over in Parowan, so it's quite close. So that's probably not a big deal to get him over there. So
if we can do that, and we'll work with Ryan Riddle on the rest.
Do you have a date at all that You think you might be able to?
No, I'll text Bryce and see if we can't come up with something
Yeah.
fairly quickly. So
It'd be nice to blade that and then have Ryan chip everything that's left and put a nice bed of chips on everything, maybe.
yeah.
Yeah, that would be nice.
So
I know my road crew's really, really busy right now.
I know.
'Cause they're out on Lund Highway, and that's a big deal. But
if
yeah,
we can
yeah,
get it scheduled,
we can maybe schedule something.
that would be
We're also working on the fairgrounds.
So if we can get in there and get a crew in there, I think my hope is that we can actually open the 6 spots at the end by the end of this, close to the end of the summer.
Yeah.
So we'd have a couple months, like maybe a couple months, but
Yeah.
but there's a lot of work to still be done up there, but it's going to be nice when it's done, and I think
Yeah.
people will really enjoy it. So we're thrilled with that. That is all I have for Outdoor Rec. Do you have any questions?
No.
Okay.
It's really good.
Okay. Thank
Yep.
you.
Thanks.
Thanks,
Appreciate it.
Maria. Sheriff.
You got a thumb drive there with the it's blue and silver. Yeah. Good morning.
Good morning.
March 2022 PowerPoint.
If you go to the next slide, please, John. Some of our current law enforcement issues is our mental health unit has taken a little bit of a step back as Deputy Pyers left to us to go work for Enix City Police Department, which has really kind of turned the entire mental health unit up on its ear for the entire county, really. So we're looking at how we're going to correct that and move forward with the mental health unit. Metro SWAT team has been quite busy over the last several months with a lot of high-risk warrants and other high-risk calls. Just as far as the county goes, we've had 2 SWAT calls just for the county, and thanks. In the service of about 29 warrants that were considered high-risk warrants. Our drug task force has been very active. There's a lot of methamphetamine and fentanyl cases, but one of the things that's of concern is with the border crisis that there's a new type of fentanyl that has recently hit the streets that is extremely dangerous and we're very concerned about. We're also seeing huge increases in methamphetamine and heroin as well. With the border, I was just down at the Western State Sheriff's Conference. We received some very good briefs on what's taking place on the border. And there are a lot of huge concerns that we need to be concerned with within our county and across the nation. Sheriff, his name just skipped my mind, but from Pennell County said that they just had a deal the other day where they had a television crew that was set up on a corner and was just asking illegal immigrants as they were walking by where they were going. And none of them were staying in Arizona. They were all headed inland. And, that's their point, is that the problems that are coming across the border aren't staying on the border. They're coming into our communities. And we're seeing that here, with UHP and my traffic units. We're getting pipelines on a regular basis. We're seeing huge increases in drug activity with precursors going into Mexico from China, and then the manufacture of synthetic drugs, huge increases in what they're seeing. I mean, they're talking about finding like 2,200 pills of fentanyl on a single traffic stop down on the border, over 30 pounds of methamphetamine in a single traffic stop, human trafficking. Just all types of things that are taking place. And one of the problems that they're running into currently is the cartels are advertising on TikTok to our juveniles and are getting our juveniles to go out and run drugs and human trafficking, which is creating a huge problem. I wasn't really going to go a lot into this, but I guess now I am. Dan talked about House Bill 12, which the Senate killed, never allowed it to even get to the floor for discussion, which law enforcement is extremely disappointed in. URS has been nothing but a roadblock to us. Dan mentioned that there's been that there's a price tag that comes with it, but law enforcement has provided two different options that would make up the difference in that retirement without affecting taxes at all, and they've refused to listen to either one of those options. So right now, law enforcement is extremely frustrated. We're extremely angry. We're looking at ways to leave URS. I don't know whether we'll be able to leave URS, but we're looking for options to get out. Right now, Utah has the worst law enforcement retirement package of any state in the western United States, by far. We're not even close to the surrounding states. So this is a critical issue for law enforcement, not only in our county but across the state. And I'll be honest, our Senate better set up and pay attention, because they are creating a public safety nightmare for the state. You know, one of the things that just further illustrates that is they've provided, even though they wouldn't listen to the retirement bill that would affect law enforcement in general across the state, they've provided DPS and the Utah Department of Corrections with $150 million in revenue for increased wages. That's going to affect us directly. It's going to be a huge problem for us. Let's see here. And our current law enforcement issues continued some of the incidents that we've looked at since the beginning of the year. One aggravated assault, one air support, about 40 agency assists, 5 burglaries, 7 child abuse or neglect reports, 35 felony offenses, 11 fires, 8 canine call-outs, 2 mental health call-outs, which isn't accurately reflected because the deputies aren't reporting to mental health since it's not currently working. 193 misdemeanor offenses, 240 other offenses, 4 public relations, 3 search and rescues, 3 sex crimes against children, 4 other sex crimes, 12 welfare checks, 68 drug cases, 6 DUIs, and 65 animal problems, for a total of 1,234 reports. That's not calls for service, that's just reports. As far as our current strength of patrol, we've recently lost 3 deputies. Aaron Powell moved to Idaho and went to Bannock Sheriff's Office up in Idaho. Brenda Pyers left us to go to Enix City Police Department. Corey Spencer decided that after his retirement in California and being here with us for a short period of time, that he's of the age that being the one of 2 deputies on a graveyard shift probably isn't a good idea for him. And so he just recently resigned. We currently have 2 new deputies starting FTO today, Lauren Thorley and Sam Ward, who just graduated from post last week. We have 2 preparing to attend post or challenge the post exam. Brandon Rowley, who is coming over to the patrol side from corrections, and Dean Monteleone, who's a retired California police officer that will be challenging the post exam, and we're looking at hiring him.
Ken, what does it mean to challenge? They just like clap the course because they've been through it before?
Right, because they've been through post in another state, even though we don't accept their state's post, they can challenge the post exam, and if they pass the post exam, they get the Utah Post certification. So, and then Lindsey Kim, who we just hired as a part-time crime scene investigator. With all this, we'll still be down 2 deputies, so we're still working on filling those other 2 vacancies. far as personnel, last year I signed off on 9 new or extensions to current subdivisions. This morning I just signed off on another. Most of those average 82 to 86 new single-family homes. One is over 250 new single-family homes. This represents a significant increase in move-ins and an increase in calls for service. In order for us to be able to keep pace with the rapid growth of Byron County, we're going to need to be able to hire additional deputies just to be able to keep up with the growth rate of the county. And pay-wise, even with the great work of the commission in providing us 10% last year, we're already well behind other agencies within the county. Both Cedar PD and Enid PD are both paying significantly more than the sheriff's office is currently. And those are things that we're going to have to look at. We just recently hired a deputy for the jail side whose parents live down in St. George. He came up here and cannot afford to rent a house to live in. You know, that's pretty dire when our deputies can't even afford to rent a home or buy a home to be able to take care of their families. That puts us in a pretty difficult situation. As far as our vehicles go, the county has been extremely supportive of us, but we're not getting our vehicles. We've ordered 21 vehicles. We've received 3 of them. We're still down 18 vehicles that we can't even get the VIN numbers for them yet. They just haven't manufactured them yet. So 16 of those were from last year, and then the remainder have been from this year's purchases. And then, of course, with the jail, we're anxiously awaiting the results of today's public hearing. Otherwise, our budget is sound. Our patrol budget is spent 13.19% so far. Jail budget is about 6.79%. And our search and rescue has been at 9.77%. And any questions at all for me?
Just a couple. I attended the search and rescue meeting last week. I was impressed with that group and what they do, and appreciate their service. And
we have great volunteers. We have really exceptional volunteers, both with our VIPs and our search and rescue. And I don't know if the county really understands what a great asset both of these groups of volunteers are for us, and what a huge force multiplier they are for us. And we're very appreciative of them and all the work that they do and the things that they do for our county.
I expressed to them, we went on a hike years ago. I went on a hike with my brother-in-law, kind of a last-minute thing, and over in Kane County, the Paria was hiking from Paria down to Lee's Ferry, and we had a hiker fall off a cliff, and he survived. But it was, boy, until you're in that situation, you don't really appreciate them and what they do until they save a life or help you, in a situation. So it's a great service to provide. Yeah,
here in just the last month, they've gone and rescued at least 2 different vehicles out of snowbanks where people trying to go where they don't belong, and gone up and taken care of them. So they do great work. We really appreciate all that they do for us.
The other question I had was the helicopter. How's that?
Helicopter's awesome.
You using it?
Yeah. It's been down for maintenance for a little while, so we haven't used it as much recently. But here just probably 3 weeks ago, we had a critical incident where we flew support for St. George Police Department, where they had a male that kidnapped a child and fled. While he was doing so, he began shooting at law enforcement. He ended up actually getting out of the state down down by Beaver Dam, and got him stopped. We flew the helicopter in support of that. The sniper ended up shooting him and killing him. So, but that helicopter is a huge asset, and it's very, very helpful for not only us but other agencies in the surrounding area. That's
great.
been a huge
Yeah.
asset
Thank
for
you.
us.
Thanks,
Thank you
Sheriff.
for that.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, corrections.
Morning.
Morning.
End of year budget, we had some specific line items that went over just as we anticipated they would, just because of increased costs in certain types of supplies. But overall, we were still within our budget. I have attached a 2021 revenue sheet. You can see the total revenue that we collected as the jail, the bulk of that coming from federal housing, medical, and transport. Jail reimbursement, I was a little surprised at that amount. That amount reflects their fiscal 21 year, which began in July of 2020 and went through June of 21. Considering the numbers that we were down overall for 2020, that still is that was an increase over the previous year. So we must have maintained our percentage, at least statewide. Right now, our overall status in our budget about 17%. We are having we said unexpected expenses, but with inflation being what it is, their mattresses, clothing, food expenses, all of those have increased somewhat already. We're seeing. There's the culinary cost per meal right now is $1.18 per tray, and I have attached the very last page is a breakdown of what we have actually expended and the inmate numbers that we're feeding with that money. Our workload, we're sitting at 245 total bookings since the first of the year. Our average daily inmate population has been about 168. If you'll look down, our current inmate total is 182. So that reflects that we've had a significant increase since the first of the year. We're sitting at 182 today, this morning, and we have really a bed max because of classification, segregation issues, and quarantining still going on with new bookings. We have a 214 bed max that we can actually put inmates in before we start having problems housing. So we're pushing against that already. Having said that, we're still working with the feds, who are being very kind and cooperative with us in reducing our number of federal inmates. We're down to 40 now. I believe we were up to about 48 or 49 just even a few weeks ago. So we're sitting at 40 today. A lot of those have been coming from drug arrests that are now can be federally charged. So we see them come in as county inmates, and then they get picked up as feds. So it's a transitory number, ebbing and flowing. But we are still working with them to keep our federal beds down a bit to afford us more beds for our county arrests. Transportation, you can see that we are not transporting an incredible amount of inmates, which is good. It saves us in expenses and security risks. We are, however, seeing a massive amount by video. So we've basically turned the backside of visiting into a little courtroom that we have video court from, and manage a lot of our video, our court appearances by video. We still are accommodating some attorney phone calls from booking, but those are reducing as well. Work crew projects. Towards the end of the year, the bulk of the fall, I know that the work crew was working on the 5 Mile campground, cleaning all that area out. Mm-hmm. Right now, the bulk of their work is being for UDOT, clearing brush and things along the roadside. Work Crew Supervisor Burr has also been pulling double duty and for additional shift coverage at the jail when we are short-staffed. So he's bouncing back and forth right now. We currently, as far as staffing levels, have 2 candidates undergoing the background process, which is good since we're losing a deputy rollie to the sheriff's office. We'll need one of those in the near future. Hopefully they come through well. Since the first of the year, we've hired 3 new deputies. All 3 are currently in post. Christopher Caro is due to be out within the next month. The other 2 just started last week, I believe. We had, we still have Sergeant Hansen, who's active full-time military, and we had 1 person on long-term FMLA during, well, since from December through. That person returned at the first of this month. Planned projects and expenditures, and Mike Gibbs indicated that this is just a repeat rollover from last time because we're still having issues apparently with finding a willing mason or available mason to work on the J-block door replacement and the medical department renovation. Other activities that we have going on, Aaron Hatch and Allison Lloyd recently graduated from post and are currently in the FTO program. Haven't been in very long, so they are still not counting as a full position. They're have to be accompanied by an officer. We've had multiple community tours in conjunction, I imagine, with the interest in the jail, and multiple community and jail education meetings. Right now, I've also attached revenue from this year so far, and you can see where we're sitting at right now as to what we've collected for the first 2 months, and that's not even fully. I don't believe I've received payments from all entities for the month of February yet. So, do you have any questions for me? Good?
Good.
Okay. All right. Thank you
very much. Okay. Commission reports. We're kind of don't have a lot of time, but make them quick.
Let me go. Well, real quick, Carter Enterprises are moving along on the fairgrounds. They poured footings and stem walls last week. Anxious to go over today and see how that's coming along. So our goal is to have the structure for the new bleachers done by May 1st so that our bleacher company can come install the bleachers. Newcastle Fire Station should be out to bid. Reed, is it this week?
Yes, hopefully by the end of the week.
Appreciate Reed's efforts and everybody involved in that process. That'll be a nice addition for that West Desert. And then just one other quick thing. We did some extensive roof repairs at the old road shed building. Not the old one, but the old one.
The medium one.
And put quite a bit of work into that, and it's much better. I don't think it's leaking anymore, so that's been a good thing. That's all I have.
Okay. Mike?
I've got a bunch, but I'm going to skip over. I'm just going to hit a couple highlights. The emergency management side, a couple of weeks ago, attended a tabletop exercise with Rocky Mountain Power, with all of Rocky Mountain Power's regional folks, as we're coming up on fire season, looking at projected weather patterns and plant growth and things like that are going to, in the event of high winds and such.
I think we got to move chairs in here.
There's a real possibility that the equipment from the power company could start fires. They have a program in which with their meteorologists and everybody else, they look to either shut down certain transformers to prevent wildland fires. That's been that's really saved us a couple of different times, I believe, in the last couple of years, but they're gearing up for that. We and I say George Colson and I from Emergency Management along with Terry Palmer from our building department, attended the governor's rollout on energy in Beaver the other night. It was interesting, and we had the opportunity to provide some input on some of our concerns that we have in Iron County, and we do have some. Terry and I are going to meet and kind of formalize that into a document of what our concerns are to provide to the governor's office. We, commissioners as a whole, have had a lot of discussion with the upcoming fair, the transfer of the fairgrounds, and we're moving to hire a full-time fairgrounds, not sure what the title is, a coordinator / fair manager.
Promoter.
All of the above. We've moved forward. We had a good budget discussion on that the other day, kind of got some tentative budget numbers. Also decided to establish a committee. As soon as those new people are hired, we'll kick off that committee and get things rolling. Joyce, our current fair manager, and Jen, our HR director, met and talked about, ironed out some job description, kind of things like that we thought were important. We had our caucus night for the Republican Party last week. At least mine was very well attended. It was a good experience. We'll just leave it at that in the interest of time.
Okay, very good. That was a quick one. I just wanted to talk about a couple things real quick. They are putting together on 100 West a youth, it's called Youth Futures. Utah.org is their website. They will take donations. They're just getting it ready to open. It's for youth 12 to 18. And who would have known that there was a problem like that? But Derek Morton has been talking about that for quite a long time, and they're finally getting one put together. And another one across the street for more like real young families, women and children, that type of thing. So I'm excited for that. I got to go tour that the other day, and they're getting ready. They're trying to get contractors to come in and finish up things that they need done, and that's going to be a really great thing for our community, I think. The other thing that on the 10th, my husband and I went up to Farmington to the Wildlife Board meeting, which it was an appeals. They had already made a ban on trail cameras and during the hunting seasons, and we went up and commented. We were very much in the minority. We were the only ranchers there. But we really have a problem, especially in Iron County and with our other ranchers that we've talked to, that these trail cameras make a lot of vandalism. They'll come in and put up on one of our waters. We had 25 trail cameras, and if that's not harassment of the wildlife and our cattle, I don't know what is. But anyway, we went up and commented, and they did vote to leave the ban in place during the hunting season, so we were happy about that. We are, remember that on April 9th, the 56 cleanup on Highway 56. If you need information about that, justserve.org is where that is. So I think we will take just a 5-minute break, and then we'll come back and start our regular meeting. Thank you, everybody.
John, can you turn me on to you?
Yes.
Oh, it's a youth for youth. It's youth, I said 12 to 18-year-olds. It's youth center for troubled youth. Or homeless youth. I probably should have said that.
That is weak.
Is that what you wanted?
Oh, I'm sorry. We can't be having that.
That was a great facial expression. I was just waiting.
He's looking at me like, what?
What?
Hey, I'm good.
Yeah, I think so.
Just looking at that picture, I didn't know you had a twin brother.
There's many people. It might be good to just remind them to go ahead and
Hi.
sign the book before they go.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. No, we'll just call you up and you can line up. Did you sign the book over there though? Okay. Yeah. Yep.
If you haven't signed in, Jeannie invites you to please make sure you sign in.
Yeah, please sign in over at the book, coming in the front door there.
This doesn't work, I guess, huh? John? Is the well, I'm not seeing it plugged in. Is it in the back?
I don't know.
I don't know if the thing is there.
Oh, I can feel it. The dongle, is it not?
Well, there's nothing there. It might be the battery. There's
Jared?
no.
Double A?
We'll try it and see. It's easier to move that, and I can
Sure.
point
Yeah,
it.
this is a little bit of a.
Yeah.
You could make that.
Yeah.
You want the clicker?
Well,
Probably fit it.
yeah.
You want it?
Yeah. Well, I'd rather have the mouse. If the mouse doesn't work, then I'll use the clicker.
Okay.
These all.
Now there's enough. I wonder. Ask John if we 2 minutes.
No, I don't know if it's the battery or what the problem is. This, he didn't know if you had another battery. Well, he didn't. Oh, did he have one, John? That's why. It didn't. He got easily distracted.
Yes.
Hey, that's the right one for it. That's off, and it was on, but there's no color. Okay. Well, I guess we won't worry about that.
Morning. How are you? I guess. Well, some of them are the same, but there are a few other. Not. I don't think so. I think it's all gel. I wished all of them could have watched our presentation, the first presentation, because they always come and they're, you know what I mean? It's hard.
You've seen this
Yeah,
already.
yeah,
I've added
I did.
just a few
Mhm.
little things. The layout for the new site.
Oh, yeah, sorry. Okay, yeah. Did you talk to the for the appraisal? Did you ever get a hold of him? Is he gonna be able to calendar? Okay. So maybe a month. Good. That's perfect. Yep, that's really good.
Okay, perfect, thank you. You want me to
Turn. I'm thinking, can we spin that around?
Just be
Yeah.
careful the wires.
Yeah.
Well, just to kind of talk to the people instead of maybe like that. Maybe that's enough, and then I can just, yeah, I can just turn a little bit.
We'll want to turn, Reed, we'll want to turn that back when we have the public hearing.
Yes, he got a new one. He got a different one. Nope, this is great.
Live mics.
Yes, John didn't turn
Oh,
it.
this is fine.
John didn't turn it off. Put it on pause or whatever. We ready? John up here.
I never turned the stream off.
Oh, what?
Sorry. What do you think? Oh, he got it.
Yeah.
Oh, you got a different one. Is it not working? We shouldn't have been dropping off the building.
Ready to go?
Almost. Actually, yes.
Okay.
I'm going to switch it after you start.
Okay. Okay, everyone. Welcome to those that just got here to commission meeting. We will start with our number one agenda item, and it's public hearing, discussion, and possible approval of the proposed location for the construction of a correction facility in Iron County. And we'll turn the time over to Reed to give us a little presentation.
Morning, commissioners and public. I'm going to kind of try to turn a little bit so that I'm not just having my back to you the whole time, and try to explain a little bit about, and you can follow along in the presentation, kind of what got us to this point and where we're at. I'll just go through this quickly. Of course, the discussion of a new jail has been going on for some time. And I remember early discussions in 2008 with budget discussions about projects that needed to be done with the jail. And that's been an ongoing discussion every budget time, what should be done, how repairs can be made, looking at new sites. And that's been going on since at least 2008 that I recall. And maybe previous sheriffs would know prior to that. Started setting money aside in the 2017 budget. So there's about $5 million in a fund right now to start. Started evaluating different sites and options back in 2018 seriously, looking at locations that would make sense and talking to elected officials about how to what the pros and cons of different sites would be. The commissioners and others have visited sites around the state, looking at other jails that have been designed recently and some of the differences between what our current jail correctional facility allows for and what new ones would do, and how that could change. And then we contracted last fall with Babcock Design to look at a feasibility study. They are the company that has designed and built probably most of the recent jails in the state of Utah. and there's 3 or 4 that they have, and we've got a couple of pictures of some of the ones that they've designed that we'll go over quickly. And then Dan has been stellar in developing cost estimates, funding options, and growth models, trying to determine what size of a jail we would need and how that should be done. So really since early last spring, we looked seriously at sites, evaluating what infrastructure was there at each site, and really trying to zero in trying to make this happen and what the steps would need to be in order to do that. Held a public hearing in December. There were a number of comments. I'll just review a couple of the public meetings here. We had a large forum at SUU on February 8th, an open house at Festival Hall on the 22nd, and then here we are today. With the hope today that we would rank the location preference of what areas or locations would be best. There's still an opportunity to determine the best site after a location has been selected, because there are several properties in play on a couple of the different of the locations that could be considered. As most of you are aware, we have identified 4 locations, areas that we have been evaluating, and in that evaluation, this was simply, and many of you have seen this, it's been out there for a couple of months in looking at how sites would compare to each other, and whether or not, just in a 0 to 3 positive or negative, how one site would rank on the considerations of the proximity factors, as well as the current zoning, utility availability, soils, transportation infrastructure, acquisition costs. Those are the things that we weighted against each other, not weighting one heavier than another, but all of them being equal, just to try to get an evaluation or consideration from one site to another. Looking at a brief timeline, this is what we're looking at. If we act today in finalizing a location and then getting down to a site selection, running through acquiring property, land use approvals, project design and funding, lining out funding, construction, and to occupy would be in sometime in the end of the 2nd quarter, early 3rd quarter of 2025. And then we would look at repurposing at that point the building that we're currently in. So that's just a time estimate. Of course, things vary depending on each step and how long it takes to get each one done. So I just want to walk through each of those items really quickly and explain what's involved in each one, so we can look at how we move forward. Of course, after a selection of the area, then we would identify specific site property and then try to acquire. We have talked to an appraiser, have them lined up to do an appraisal on a property as soon as we can make a decision on which property might have the best prospect. That offer, of course, would be made contingent upon being able to get land use approvals, and then we would try to move forward with closing on the property as soon as possible. Land use approvals would take somewhere, depending on the site. Some approvals, some properties have a better timeline than others. Whether it would require, if the site, the two sites that have scored the highest and have gotten the most attention recently are both in Cedar City. One would require a general plan amendment, and the other not. Zoning approval would be required on one and not the other, but both sites would require a conditional use permit. So that's what we would start working on as soon as the site was acquired. In the Cedar City zoning ordinance, a correctional facility is a conditional use in the INM1 zone. And so that's the only zoning district that a jail or a correctional facility is allowed in. Here's the Cedar City general land use map. I've identified by a star here the 2 locations and what the zoning is for those areas. The Smead site is already zoned INM1, and so it would not need a general plan amendment or a zone change. It would still need the conditional use permit. The auto mall area location is identified here, and the general plan category for that is single-family residential. So that would require a general land use plan and a zoning amendment as well as conditional use permit. This is what the property is currently zoned. Property is currently zoned as this master plan development, the MPO zone right here. It falls in between two categories of commercial and in the current zoning. And the property, of course, is zoned INM1 out at the Smead site. Just showing the surrounding land uses for the auto mall location. They have property immediately to the south, which is state trust land, Sitla property, and then BLM running further around, private around the other sides of the property. So moving to project design then, the time frame for that would be, of course, the sooner the better, so that they could get we could get an architect selected in the design team. There's been several considerations given to who would be in the design team, but of course it would involve the jail folks, the architect. We would like even construction people involved in that, so that we can try to use the right materials and do some design work in conjunction with the contractors, and have a contractor on early on as well. And of course, in order to secure bonding and to try to get funding, we have to have a confirmed bid before we could close on any bonds, so that we know the exact price. Just showing a couple of options and examples. This is the Uina County Correctional Facility with courts. This is a one-pod layout here, very similar to what we would be looking at. Here's just a couple of pictures of interior day room area and what a cell would look like in a modern facility. As they're structured in the pod design, you can see here that day room would be one of these little elements here with the cells along the back, so that someone from the center, this is just a design feature that makes these designs so much more attractive, is that you can staff the jail with few less people than what has been required in our current facility for the number of inmates that are there. Of course, we had talked, and there's been a lot of discussion about whether we need a two-pod jail or just a one-pod jail, and certainly the layouts. This layout was a two-pod layout for the Smead site that we looked at early on. Here's the property, a property available that may be a good prospect out at the auto mall site, and here's a possible layout for that site with a one-pod jail with a second pod option of where that could be located, and then even looking at possibly a third, so that once we relocate and get to a new site, we wouldn't have to do that again for many, many years. This site would allow for a third pod and would be the most efficient future layout as prospect. Funding, we would look at primarily with the note that this funding option is an attempt to try to do the jail without having to go to the public for a general obligation bond. The idea was to try to fund this with county funds without having to raise taxes. And that, of course, includes a couple of different components. The cash that the county already has would require an application to the CIB, Community Impact Board, which is, I don't know if many of you are familiar with the state permanent community impact fund that's available for funding projects throughout the state and different types of infrastructure. Application deadline for that would be June 1st, and we would have an approval in August for that funding source. And then we would have to go to the open bond market for additional funding. So these would just be estimates based on a total estimated cost of about $45 to $50 million. Construction time frame would be as soon as we could get a design done and go to bid, then we would do begin construction even prior to that. As we were working on the final design, we could try to do some even in-house work and try to do some of the grading and utility installation where possible, and have a contractor selected even as early as June of this year, so that they could be involved in and participate in design and material selection. What the Babcock design had told us, and it makes a lot of sense, is involving a contractor early in the process works really well and makes a lot of sense in terms of getting a better product and a most effective and most efficient design, as well as working with them and construction scheduling with design. We could start that earlier. Part of the urgency, I think, is that once we have a site, we're concerned about interest rates going up, and how quickly we get a bond established can save $1 million in 1% interest. And so it's significant that we try to move forward as quickly as possible, given that consideration. Occupancy then would occur around May or the end of the second quarter, hopefully, of 2025, based on our best guess at this point. We would, of course, finalize construction, have an open house, and move into the new jail. Again, a reminder of the timeline, that would put us in this third quarter of 2025. But critically, funding, we could tie up hopefully even as early as the end of 2022, if we can have a bid out and a kind of closed bid. We can close on bonds and hopefully tie that up even by the end of this fiscal year for the county. So, of course, that leaves the last step of the jail repurposing and the idea of trying to figure out how best to utilize that facility. I just identified 4 possibilities here, and one would be to just repurpose the existing facility through remodel and utilize for county services, or to demolish and construct a county facility on that property, sell the building and the land for other uses, or demolish the building and sell the land as an empty building site. So there are several options there, and we would want to be prudent in evaluating and having public input as that goes forward. So that's really a summary of where we're at and how we got here. And unless there are any specific questions you want me to address, I'll turn this back around and you can take input from the public. Any other things you want me to cover, or a particular slide you want me to go back to for discussion?
Before we go into the public hearing, I wanted to ask the sheriff, if Sheriff Carpenter,
and or Dan,
if he wanted to address.
Thank you. First, I just want to say that this has been quite a process, and we very much appreciate all the public support, the public comment. I think that those things help us to make good decisions. But one thing I want everyone to know is that from a position of what is going to best serve the county as a whole, my personal opinion is that the best site is the site up off of Automall Drive back towards the east there, for a number of reasons. But I want everyone to also understand that I don't ever want to do anything that is going to harm our community in any way. You know, I've served our nation for 20 years. I've served our community for another 18 years. And I've done it because I love our nation, I love our community. I want to make sure that we do everything that we can to protect our community. And, you know, I understand that a lot of times on projects like that there's a certain amount of trepidation, a certain amount of fear. And so often it's fear of the unknown. It's fear of things that people don't fully understand or appreciate. But this is something that I've worked in for my entire adult life. And I have complete confidence in our facilities. I have complete confidence in our deputies to protect our community. And So from my personal perspective, I believe that the best site that is going to best and most effectively support the community is the site off of Automall Drive. So thank you, and again, thank you for being here today.
Thank you, Ken. The chair will declare the public hearing open, and I would ask, we'll time you. We'll do a 3-minute timing, and you can line up there. I would ask for everyone to be respectful and kind, and
State your name.
state your name for sure, very first. And if I could ask if you wouldn't just beat over a dead horse, just keep going over the same thing. If you've got something new to say and something new, a new concern or whatever, that's great. So, okay.
Hi, my name is Heather Stoneley, and I appreciate you taking the time to listen to our feedback today. I want you to know, as you're looking at the people here, that we are representing also people who are on vacation because it's spring break the kids are out of school, and we've got people at work, and we've got people at home with little kids. So we are representing a greater portion of people than were able to show up today. First of all, we know that the Smead site was a favored site at first, and because the homeowners voiced their opinions, that you backed away from that, and we appreciate that you listen to homeowners. We would ask for the same respect given to our opinions as you gave to the people at Equestrian Point. The situation is very similar. That site was about a half a mile away from Equestrian Point with the fields in between, and the site you're looking at, Automall, is also about a half a mile away from Fiddler's Canyon. Fiddler's Canyon is quite a large neighborhood. Quite a few people would be impacted by this decision. And so we aren't asking for special treatment, but we are asking for the same consideration you gave to the people of Equestrian Point. The other thing is, although it sounds like you've been working on this for about 4 years, the public in general has known about this for just a little over a month as far as when your public hearing was. And the thing that we understood for a long time was that you were looking out at the landfill, that you were looking at Smead, and it wasn't until this last week that all of a sudden we're like, oh, the first pick is actually in our backyard. So, well, for you, this has felt like a long process. To us, it feels a little bit rushed. And you've kind of put yourself in a situation where you're picking winners and losers. But I would suggest that you put together or allow a citizen committee to be put together that would have representatives from every neighborhood that might be impacted by this decision, and that we slow it down just a bit and allow representation so we can come to a consensus where we can all feel good about this decision and there aren't just winners and losers that you've picked. One point I'd like to make also is that at the north end of town, we have been waiting a long, long time for parks and for other recreation facilities. And we have that space in the city owns land that has that deed requirement that it must be used for park and rec. And that's on the north side of Fiddler's Canyon. So that would be not so very far away from the jail. So we finally get this nice park, this nice recreation space, and it is 20 acres of space, and we'll have a jail put there. So we would just appreciate that if you would give us a chance as citizens to weigh in to help make this decision. Thank you so much for your consideration.
Yes, my name is Cheryl Wicker. At 3 o'clock yesterday, after reading an article in the Spectrum that said that this was a likely outcome, that this was a done deal as far as how it was looking, that the Automall would be the location. I too am a resident of Fiddler's Canyon. I love it. 20 years I have lived there. I started a petition at 3 o'clock yesterday thinking, I hope I have 100 signatures to come before you and say there is a large amount of us that didn't know about this and that are trying to get on board and make a difference in our community. This is the title of the petition: Stop the Iron County Jail from Building on Prime Commercial Property in Cedar City. We believe this is prime commercial property and residential property because it's right off of Main Street. It is zoned either residential or commercial. It is right by the North Interchange. We don't think that this is a good spot to welcome people into our area, into Cedar City. I currently am excited to say that we have 361 signatures on our petition. That is in 18 hours.
Could we hold the clapping just because of time
Gotcha.
restraints? And we've got a lot of people that want to talk.
There is a lot of support. I believe that we will have a lot more people put this. So I believe it would be very difficult to get this through the city council, because that's our next step, is to try to get our city, Cedar City, to protect us from this. It is beyond comprehension that a jail would be provided the prime commercial space that will be essential for Cedar City growth and revenue generation. We need restaurants, hotels, and retailers in this golden spot to bring in much needed revenue for schools, roads, etc. A jail on Main Street just off an interchange is not good city or county planning. Ask yourself, where is Washington County's jail? Ask yourself, where did Beaver build their jail? Where is the jail in Sanpete County? These jails were placed away from the general population, and we believe that was for a reason. We are asking that the county keep looking for a better place. Not in our area where we have great hopes for a Harmon's, if there be somebody looking down upon us, or a grocery store. We have 700 units being built in the Fiddlers area as we speak. Our side of town is growing, and we need every drop of that property for commercial businesses to come in and improve our quality of life. Thank you.
Chris Luckman, as you, most of the commissioners as well as sheriffs know, I've been involved with this situation probably about 6 months ago when we first learned about the 4 different items as well as the Smead property being considered. And so one thing that I would say to the public, please make sure that you are signed up on the state as well as local county information email list. That's how I get my information about public happenings and knowing what's going on within my community. That way I'm informed and everybody else can be informed and not have to go through the situation of only having a month or even a couple hours to get signatures together. It's very important to get community support behind you, and it's hard to do it when you're not informed right away and only listen to the news to know what's going on, because usually that means it's already done. This is not an already done deal. As a matter of fact, I found out about the Smead situation, and I myself got my community together and started talking to the commissioners about that particular situation and the negative impacts that would happen, not necessarily to the community or property values or anything like that, but in regards to safety issues with the officers that would be in that particular area and how far it away is from the medical facilities for level 1 triage. What I'm talking about is within 10 minutes of an emergency center that can handle a jugular puncture or something along those lines, where police officers as well as inmates could be a huge liability if they're outside of that certain perimeter to those medical facilities. The cost of lawsuits alone would be counterprohibitive, putting it away from the hospital. And I don't think we should put our law enforcement officers in that jeopardy by considering facilities out further away than where the current existing was. Number 2, Fiddlers also was built up around the existing jail. Granted, this is going to be a bigger facility. It is important that the community feels safe about this facility, and I think what's important is that the commission, as well as the sheriff's department, come forward and make a commitment to the community and put it in the conditional use permit. That contract inmates will be limited to 25%. Currently, right now, we have 25% in the existing jail, and it's overpopulated. I think what people are really concerned about is having too many outside inmates and not being utilized for the existing county. And so in order to limit our cost and our tax burdens, we don't want to see these facilities utilized at 80%, 70% of outside. We need it to be focused for our county. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Ann Sutherland. I moved to Cedar about 8 years ago and moved to Fiddler's Canyon about 6 years ago, thinking about the positive growth of Cedar. I got my degree in urban design and planning, so city planning is something that interests me, and so when I see, and I'm not trying to be offensive, so I know that you guys do a lot of hard work, but I also see, I've lived multiple places, and I see how other cities are planned and developed. And the cities that are, in my opinion, the most dear to my heart because of the way they're designed and how the positive growth, don't have jails right on the outskirts, right is where the positive growth should be happening. We've already talked about, how we want, well, we're going to need new schools with all the new homes and apartments moving, and we're going to need new schools. We like open space. And we compare it to the current jail right now, which has been built up around, but that jail facility is quite small. You guys are asking for 30 to 40 acres, which seems extensive to the area where we want to be grown with stores and things that are good for our children. I know this sounds probably a little bit cheesy, but I think our main idea should be, what are we creating for our children and for our children's children? What's the future of Cedar City? We want positive growth. The first thing people will see as they come to Cedar is a huge jail. And then as you continue down I-15, you see eyesore of Industrial Park. And I see the potential and the beauty of what Cedar City could offer to residents moving to Cedar and to current residents that want more for Cedar City. A friend of mine allowed me to share the story. She's a current resident of Fiddler's Canyon. She grew up there, and her parents fought against the existing jail, and but they won, and the existing jail was put there. She had a sleepover one night with some friends, and then one of the inmates broke loose, and there was people going in the neighborhood warning everyone to stay inside. I mean, that is a nightmare for parents of young children who like to play outside. I am a parent who wants my kids to feel safe to go outside, ride their bikes, and go explore the natural beauty around us. When I feel like there's a jail next to our neighborhood, that ability to feel safe as a parent leaves. And I don't feel the comfort of knowing that I can just send my kids outside and play and enjoy the world that is around Cedar City. And I just want to second what Heather said. Please give us the same respect as you gave the community members who live in Equestrian Point. I understand their point of view, but it's the same point of view as we have, and it's not in my backyard. I get that, but But there are other places to put the jail that is not in our backyard. Thank you.
3 minutes is a challenge. First of all, let me just say I don't tear down 37-year-old buildings. I remodel them again and again and again. I'm Garth Green. Excuse me. I should know better. Cedar City has many challenges. We have a south interchange that's failing. We have water that is threatened with mandates and extinction. We have a population that is exploding. We have a lack of city parks. We have the necessity of retail to be developed on the north end. We have nothing to gain. There's no sales tax. There's no property tax. There's no transient room tax. I hope that Dan can do the adding and subtracting, and I hope he has found the right answer. You all should understand supply and demand. A new prison in Salt Lake City cost $1 billion. Let me read from November from the Deseret News. It says, The footprint is 1.3 million square feet. This is the new prison in Salt Lake, spanning about 170 acres inside and outside the area's secure perimeter. The prison site is located about 9 miles west of Salt Lake City's International Airport, so far north of I-80 that it's barely visible to drivers despite its size. To develop that remote, mosquito-ridden area, state and Salt Lake City officials spent over $90 million to build 7 miles of road and 13 miles of power, sewer, and water. The campus is made up over a dozen buildings designed based on varying levels of security, from medical to mental health to general population, etc. There's also other buildings. Unique to the prison will have facility for men and women. Outside, about 10 miles of razor wire. Though thoroughly planned to house 4,000 inmates, the new state prison was downsized a little to 3,600. During the current prison, though the current prison Draper has a capacity of 4,300, they only have about 2,500 inmates. So when the new prison is built, it will not be full. Supply and demand. Everything. I've seen the pictures, and your pictures are also beautiful, and it certainly looks different than the bunkhouses that I saw when I toured the prison. Every county seems to have a newer one, I am told, and I hope that you have a contract for federal prisoners, because I'm sure that Dan has built that into your modeling. If you do not have, and realizing that they have a new facility with lots of room and lots of county prisons, apparently we're the last one to even think about this. We have no guarantee. If we don't have a guarantee of the number of people that are going to be in there, all you're going to have is debt, but and an empty jail. I'm sure that I am too late. I know you have already made up your line. We could easily be caught with massive debt. May I have a few more minutes?
I think.
No.
You can have 2 of mine.
Thanks, Garth.
He said I could have 2 of his. Here's the conditions. I told Paul that I would not object if it went on the north end. I probably should just hold my breath. But if you put it on the back 15 acres, if you finish the road clear to Automall Drive going north, if you stub out the connections for government and business incentives, if you'll help me get somebody started out there, if you, like everyone else, put in all the pretty landscaping that's required, if you, like everyone, bring 160 acre-feet of water, the old stuff, if you make all your infrastructure beneficial to the retail that needs to come, if you'll pay your impact fees, like everyone else, all roads which need to be curb and gutter and large, and collect your own storm sewer. And then, of course, don't forget Pine Valley. Thank you.
Okay, you have a minute.
That's fine. My name is Mark Cascarino, and he covered a lot of stuff I was going to anyway. I just think it's unwise to choose to lose potential income, which is what that whole area provides. New stores has been mentioned, restaurants, all sort of things, for something that's a cost item. That can be placed elsewhere. One of the arguments I was concerned about was the safety to both the prison employees and the personnel. But I think the way to address that sort of thing is directly. If we need someone that can handle stage 1 medical concerns, we need to hire them to do that, and there'll be more than enough income in businesses that would be attracted to that area to take care of that. And that's really all I have to say.
Okay, thank you.
Hi, my name's Chris McCormick. When I first heard about this being at the Auto Mall, I had some concerns about it, and then I asked to go see the property and see exactly where it was. And once I saw it, I changed my mind. I think it's a good location. I've talked to law enforcement people and listened to their reasons, and I think they're very well founded for having it there at the Auto Mall area. Also, the building is attractive. It also is far enough back that I don't think it is an eyesore, personally. I don't think that's an eyesore for our community. I also think there's ways to soften that just like we talked about before, was trees and things like that, landscaping, how you make it integrated into the community. We already have a prison right there in the Fiddlers area, and it seems to function well. And I think the track record is very good. So I personally am in favor of it. I've looked at it from a lot of different standpoints, development and otherwise, and I don't think it's going to harm us. I think it's being well thought out with law enforcement, with county, with other people. So I think there's value. So it's my opinion. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris.
Morning, my name is Rhonda Parker-Nagel. I also live in Fiddler's Canyon. I think what I've heard so far over and over is that this is a super hard decision for all of you guys, and that the location needs to benefit all of Iron County, not just certain residents. And I guess I'm having like the biggest problem understanding why the Auto Mall site is probably the most prime land. I'm not a real estate broker, but I hope that you guys have looked into that. The most prime land available right now in Cedar City, and maybe even up there towards all of Iron County as part of the prime location for retail and for housing development there. All of those businesses and housing developments pay property taxes and pay retail tax. I believe the retail tax to the county is, what is it, 1.2%? And to Cedar City, we would be losing out on the 0.1% if it's built there. And all retail you're looking at 40 acres that would have to be moved out into Enoch and to other cities, that Cedar City would be a loser for this as far as income. Jails do not bring in any kind of property tax or any kind of income. And so your decision, if you put it at the Auto Mall and quite frankly in Smead, are detrimental to the whole entire county, Iron County. So I'm having a hard time taking away how that could be beneficial when you guys are stripping that tax basis opportunity from both of those locations. On another side note, I would just have to say is, Cedar City right now is known as Festival City. It's known, I know when I moved here 4 years ago, people told me, you'll love living there. They have something that's going on constantly. We're going to be known as that city as you drive down to southern Utah with the big jail off to the side of the road. That's going to be our identity for that.
Commissioners, my name is Danny Stewart. As you know, I'm Economic Development Director for Cedar City and for Iron County. Like many who have spoken before, when I first heard Auto Mall Drive as a consideration, my jaw dropped and I picked it up and it dropped again. And because for the past 7.5 years in this position, I've looked at that property as has been described, the most valuable asset we have for commercial retail development, and we desperately need that on the north end of our community. And I'm still working on that. Continue to do that. It's a bit of a hard sell, but we're getting closer with the growth that we're having, a lot of things that are going on in the community. Had the opportunity to drive on that property with Commissioner Cousins to see where it is proposed as shown on the map. I don't see that impacting the commercial development up there. It's far enough removed. I don't know that it would be detrimental to my ability to promote the North Interchange for retail development. To be certain, I reached out to Economic Development Corporation of Utah, a colleague and a partner of mine that I work with, and asked for their opinion on how does a correctional facility impact commercial development or even residential or mixed use, any sort of development in communities. And they referred me to a gentleman, his name is Mike Redford. He is an architect or retired architect with HOK Architects and has worked on many of these projects. He said historically commercial property values rise when a correctional facility is located nearby. With the higher presence of law enforcement in the area, crime rates decrease. Architectural design of the correctional facility is important to make sure the facility is compatible for the area. Spent the weekend just looking up studies, anything I could find online about the impact. And what I was able to find was there is either zero impact or a little bit of positive impact when these buildings are designed correctly, when they are part of the community, carefully considered. So I'm not as concerned as I initially was. I think that this could be something that could potentially help spur growth and development on that north interchange. Thank you.
Okay, thanks.
Morning, my name is Jason Stallworthy. I'm against the auto mall location due to many reasons. One, a facility of this size, there's a reason why they're out in the open, not close to residences and schools. There is a danger and a detriment to those neighborhoods. This particular facility won't be just to serve local residents. For its cost offsets, they will be bringing in outside residents, which do pay more per inmate than local residents do. Again, this area was economically more suitable for Cedar City, and even the Smead location is detrimental to that neighborhood. I think it'd be better to look for a facility location further out. And this area was slated for other commercials that you guys have kicked out because of some rodent, and now all of a sudden, because of a political wand, you can put a facility there that won't be paying for itself on an already strained utility system, and it will have a negative impact on the facilities around it, the neighborhood, the safety, and those of us that live there. Thank you.
Good morning, I'm Anita Bunker, and I'm here to tell you that when we moved here 20 years ago, the very first thing I said to the realtor, I want to be somewhere where there is no prison or jail anywhere around. I actually lived near Chino, California when an ex-murderer, rapist of a young child and was walked away from the Chino facility, and it was not a good situation. So it can happen. That was my thing. I know we are one family. But we own property that we bought just south on the same side of the street on Main Street in hopes that this area would grow. Down here, we kind of feel like we're the redheaded stepchild. No offense to any gingers. But it's the end of this. We're not seeing it really progress, and I can't fathom that we would. We're 2 weeks before I found out, which was only 3 weeks ago when I ran into a friend at Costco, is the only way that I had known. Of course, I'm not a big news reader, but we were going to put an offer on a property on the same side of the road, just barely into Enoch, where we decided to halt that. Then my husband and I decided to maybe sell the property that we had hoped would be well. And then when those things started going, I know we're just one family, but then we started thinking, well, that's why we were here. So the last week we have been looking from St. George all the way up to the Idaho border to maybe move. And I know you're saying it's just one family, but my husband's a physician, and the last time IHC contacted him about his number of patients was a year and a half ago, and he had 3,000 patients, and there are currently only one doctor in town, a family practice, that is taking any new patients. So it can affect more than one family, so I'm hoping that you will look at it. We have also actually lived in two areas that have had prison facilities in it, and I don't know if this means much to all of you, but I was a release society president in one and a primary president in another, meaning that I saw when the people, when families who want to be with their loved one who's incarcerated, and many times that incarcerated person is the breadwinner of the family. So I saw firsthand when these families would move to the area, which is awesome because I want them to be near their loved one who's incarcerated. I'm not sure what the balancing act is how much you're making on, I have no idea, when we bring in others, to how much it is that balances out when we end up subsidizing families.
Okay, thanks.
Hi, my name's Evan Vickers. I hadn't planned on standing up before we came to I just wanted to come to the public hearing and listen to people. interesting. So I don't know. I think I'm looking around the room. I think I'm the only one that belonged to CRD. Now, if you don't know what that is, that stands for Citizens for Responsible Development. So we're like the third house in the subdivision, so one of the very first people in Fiddler. So CRD was the group that we organized to actually fight against the current selection where the jail, at that time it was a state prison / county jail. So, so let me just say, having been through many political arenas myself, I know the very difficult position you guys are in, and trying to find something that to allow for the taking care of the public in many ways. So I appreciate that, and don't expect any criticisms from me, because I'm not going to give it to you. I will say you've kind of put me in a tough spot, because the first selection when you were talking about Equestrian Point, well, my daughter lives out there, and she got pretty fired up about that, and now this site, and I have to admit I don't know what the long-term ramifications if you select that site. I don't know. I really don't. But having been through these battles and having been through the feelings and having been and lived in that neighborhood really all the time we've been in Cedar City almost, I would just ask that you respectfully really consider the people's feelings about that and really take that into consideration seriously before you pull the trigger on that site. And if there is a possibility to put it in another spot that would allow to facilitate the taking care of what you need to do, I would really appreciate it if you'd respectfully look at that. So thanks.
Thanks. Okay.
Hi, my name's Tim Taylor. I'm a resident there in Fiddler's Canyon. My wife and I have lived there at that location for 20 years. We love Cedar City. I have observed over the last 20 years the south interchange down by the lighthouse has been encouraged as far as development. We've watched business after business after business. The city council and the county commission encourage those types of developments go in. And we've been kind of patiently waiting for development to happen on the north end. Restaurants and grocery stores and other businesses, we're happy to see that little agricultural credit union go in a little while ago. There's a car wash that's tag and go on tap to go in shortly. But it seems to me that the development on the south end has really been encouraged over those 20 years. And I can't see any encouragement from government agencies for development of business on the north end. I would like to see that happen. I don't know why the business haven't come in there, but I can guarantee you, in my opinion, that if you put the jail at the Auto Mall location, that it will be a huge deterrent for development and businesses to come into that north end. And that's the last thing we need. The residents that live on the north end, we want that developed with business. But if you put that jail right where you're talking about, which is less than a mile from my home and less than a mile from 5 congregations of churches, the Presbyterian Church, the Jehovah's Witness Church, 3 LDS congregations, you put that thing right there, less than a mile away, and that's not going to be fair to the people that live there in Fiddlers. I'm against it. All of my neighbors are against it. 98% of the people I've talked to are against it. And I respectfully request that you please do not put it at the Auto Mall location. Thanks.
I wasn't going to stand up, but I would like to. I live in Summit.
Your name?
Sherry Nielsen. And I'm in Iron County. And for 25 years, we have been traveling from Summit to Cedar. That's the only place that we can shop and do anything. There's nothing in Summit. There's also Paraguna. There's also Perwin. And we travel every single day to Cedar City. And I don't want to see a prison as I come to Cedar City every day. I could not believe how close it is to the freeway. I can't believe that you're actually thinking of putting a prison that close to the freeway, because I heard someone say, well, we're not going to build any fences or anything like that. And I thought, oh, that's really makes me feel good that we're not going to do that. But I thought, people escape all the time. There are people that come in to visit these prisoners that maybe aren't the most honest people. But I worry about that. I have a daughter and grandchildren that live in Fiddlers, and I want them safe and protected. And I want to see a grocery store, and I want to see a cafe down by where I live. How that we have to travel clear into Cedar City every single time we want to buy groceries, we want to go eat. I want to see that end of Cedar City grow for the benefit of all Iron County.
Thank you.
Hello, my name's Don Holt. I also live in Fiddlers, and I don't envy you for your decision, and I know that it's a tough decision, yet at the same time frame it impacts a lot of people. There's been some talk from some people that could easily be perceived as experts or more in line with that it would not have an economic impact. I would like you guys to remember Enron, remember JP Morgan, remember all of these other companies that failed when nothing was going to happen. Expert opinions count, but I too believe that the economic impact of putting that in a retail zone and near all the communities is detrimental. And I hope that, again, you guys give the same consideration for families in that area that you've given in other areas, and really evaluate what it is. It feels quick to us. I'm sure you've looked at a lot of things. I hope you just haven't made a decision, though. Thank you.
Okay. Anybody else?
My name is William Fox, and I am also in Fiddlers. And as I look at this, I don't see a safety issue, because I feel that our sheriff is perfectly capable of having his people take care of us. I don't see a need issue because having worked as a teacher in a classroom in the current jail for 3 years, I know that that building is falling apart and it is undersized. What I do see is that this is prime property for development and property taxes and sales taxes, and that is not the case in other places that you are looking at. And so I ask you not just to look at the fees necessary to bring water, sewer, and the rest of it to the area, but also the ongoing concern of revenues lost to the city. I also have a personal interest in this, that I also would like to see grocery stores, and I think with the current speed of growth of Cedar City, that we could be primed for a Target, a Costco, or something like this in the near future. And taking 40 acres out of that spot, having been in a position where people before did not, businesses before did not come into the area because they couldn't find sufficient room for their business, I would ask you to reconsider. I also believe that we on the north end of town have been shortchanged as far as parks, and I would love to see a park there. They say we've got a park in the elementary school,
and that's all fine and dandy unless school's on, and then it's no longer a park. So I ask for your reconsideration, and for those reasons.
Thank you.
Jim Lunt. I'm going to speak for myself, not for the group of landowners. I've been out and I've walked that property, and I think there's some misunderstanding when you gave it the name Auto Mall. Really, this piece of property has nothing to do with the Auto Mall. It's back to the east, up against the BLM property, up against the cedar tree. So I think that needs to be more explained. For those of you who did not attend the other public meetings, I think you've done yourself a disfavor, because many of your concerns were answered, and answered very well. These elected people and that man right back there love this community. They love this county, and they would do nothing to jeopardize it. They've studied it for years and years and years. I'm a lifelong resident of Cedar City. My ancestors settled the community. I voted for you people to make tough decisions, because it's hard for us as citizens to make those, to get everybody on the same page. And I've been impressed with the way the three of you and that fine gentleman behind me have put in the time. So I would encourage you to not kick this can down the road. That seems to be the popular thing in the nation right now, is to kick problems down the road, let other people at some future date decide. I know it's not easy, it's not popular, but this jail needs to be built. Interest rates are going up today or tomorrow by 1/4 to 0.5%. And if that continues, this $50 million will soon turn into 60 or 70, and we as taxpayers will be asked to foot that bill. Our taxes will go up, and you guys are doing everything you can to make this thing palatable for all of us. Everybody's going to have some bitter tastes in their mouth, but I would encourage you to press on. As far as the safety issue, that gentleman behind me has explained this and explained it at every meeting. For those of you that didn't attend those meetings, go back on the website, and I think your questions will be answered. So I'm in favor of it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Will everybody raise their hand that went to our informational meeting over to look at them all? Yeah, not all of them though, or listen to them online. Yeah. That's a good for us to know.
My name's Bill Pressgrove, or William Pressgrove, in deference to Mr. Fox here. I live out west of Quichba Lake. It's a very sparsely populated area. I'd like to keep it that way. I'm sure Mr. Bullock would love to sell his property right next to Quichba Lake to put a jail there. And contrary to the gentleman that's a developer, I'd like to keep the population low out west of town. And I do believe that the northern part of town does need to grow. So I kind of think I'm throwing my skin into the game by saying, hey, it doesn't have to be built in the city. It can be built in the county instead. Thank you.
Thanks. Anyone else?
My name's Dave Knack, and I'll just say a couple of things as far as the development on the North Interchange. I'm a property owner on both sides of the freeway with commercial property. And about 5 years ago, I chaired the Downtown Redevelopment Committee. We were concerned with, stores not being developed along Main Street and our Main Street turning into a less used, viable area for retail, which happens in a lot of cities that are smaller, and the development goes out on the interchanges. And I just want to make sure that we understand that the importance of developing on the North Interchange isn't just to support the people that live on the North Interchange. It provides a viable course of travel between the South Interchange and the North Interchange up Main Street, and provides travel for people that will use the businesses on Main Street. If we develop a North Interchange or an interchange with commercial south of the existing South Interchange, and the travel goes between the South Interchange and a further South Interchange, and people don't travel up and down Main Street like they have in the past, you'll see the stores on Main Street impacted severely by that. So the North Interchange development there is not just so that people in Summit and those areas can have easier access to groceries and stuff. It is really important that we keep our downtown area viable by making sure that the course of travel goes from the North Interchange to the South Interchange and back. As I studied and talked to people on the retail development, and I don't want to speak to anything residential because I don't have residential properties there, and so it's I have great respect for the people that feel like it would harm them. But from a retail standpoint, if it goes way far to the north or way far to the east, it may be something that will start development in that area and bring utilities in that will benefit the areas closer to the freeway. So I would want you to make sure that you understand that two things, that the development on the North Interchange is so important to the viability of Main Street for their retail in the future, and that if we study this out and we put it in the proper place, it might not have a negative impact on retail at the North Interchange. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Burke Hamilton. I moved to Cedar City several years ago and was one of the first people to buy property in one of the developments up in the Ashdown Forest. And I had the opportunity of meeting with the people that were developing that particular area, and there were charts and all kinds of interesting things for me to look at, big businesses coming from California. I loved the opportunity or the thought that perhaps I was going to be close to a Costco. And all these years, these few years that I've been here, I've driven by and thought, well, there's enough space there for a Costco. Now I go back and forth to Salt Lake often, and every time I come through Beaver, I look to my right or I look to my left, and I see the jail that's there. And I didn't know it was there. All of a sudden, I saw it, and I look at it every time, and I think it's kind of away from what would be called the corridor for the city of Beaver. I went out to a little town in the east, and the jail is off away from spots. I think the jails are great. I think if I talked to a person who worked at the jail and told me that a third or more of those people are inmates that are housed away from they're difficult criminals who are housed away from Salt Lake because they're not safe in that jail based on what their reasons to be placed in incarceration there. I think I don't know if it's an old jail. I know we need a new jail. I just feel that if we lock ourselves into putting a jail there, we're locking ourselves to very small growth that would happen and that should happen and would be beneficial to the city, would be beneficial for the people. And then it's kind of interesting to me, too, every time when I read about Salt Lake Jail, they just were moving it further and further away. The first time I heard them talking about a new jail here, they were going to move it to one of these other areas. Evidently, the people became very upset or alarmed. I don't know. I was involved politically in another community that I lived in, moved here not hoping to get involved politically, but can see that it's perhaps should not happen that on Sunday afternoon we hear that this is coming. Please come to the meeting today. That's probably a fault of mine to not know that it happened. But I certainly hope that the decision is not made today, that there's a little further discussion and input from the community and from the people that are going to be impacted with their with their property. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay.
I'm Craig Lobb. I'm a lifelong member of the community and the county, and I just like to commend the commission and staff on their work on this jail. I've been the facility. I think they've done their homework and done a good job and looking for the possible sites, and I appreciate all their work. And it's not an easy decision. County commissioners is probably one of the toughest elected jobs in the state of Utah, I think, and I appreciate their work. And but I support what they do and the decision they have to make. And I think they've done a good job and done their homework.
Thank you. Thanks.
I'm Shannon Polson, and I've owned a home in Fiddlers for about 33 years. And over that time, we got to participate in the current jail facility coming in. And we've watched all the good, the bad, the ugly, and in between. As we raised our family there have been two thoughts that had keep coming into my mind as I've sat there. And one was when there was a breakout, and I had 3 little girls and a husband who was working, and it was late at night. And I started getting phone calls from neighbors saying, there's a prisoner on the loose they're trying to find. And you started having lights come on porches. We had no street lights at that point. And the feelings as a mother wondering about a criminal that was running around in our neighborhood and having all the faith in the world that the officers were going to, and they did, recapture this individual. But I still remember how that felt as a parent of small children and worrying and having all the faith in the world. But just one guy or one gal getting out and making mischief with your children, or the potential, that fear that swells in you. If you're paying your taxes and you're bought something in good faith, feeling that your community was going to be developed in a certain way, and then it changes, that matters. That matters. The one family, as was stated before, one family, it makes a difference. And there's a lot of one families. And as they was pointed out before, we've got one subdivision that is coming in that has over 700 in Fiddlers, plus 2 more. There's almost 1,000 units that are being put in right next to that school, which is going to demand another school be put in that area to accommodate a lot of youth. And to have that fear at the magnitude of this building that they are talking about, even with all the precautions and the good men and women that will be working there, is still real, and it counts for each one of those families. The other thing is, I can remember, as we've traveled back and forth across this country many times, going into communities where on the even going down towards Vegas, there are signs on the side of the road that say, do not pick up hitchhikers. There is a facility nearby that you can't even see. And are we going to have that? Signs on our freeway coming into Cedar saying, don't pick up a hitchhiker. It might be a person from prison.
Okay,
So
thank you.
Keep those feelings in mind.
Yep. Anyone else? Any of the staff want to talk?
I just want to comment a little bit on some of the property values and things like that. John, can you pull up a map either from Reed's perspective or just on Google Maps or something like that? Oh, sorry. I haven't even started yet. Thumbs up, Sam.
Yeah, right.
So while he's doing that, there's been a lot of discussion about the north developing versus the south, and I think it's important everybody realize how these things develop. The single biggest driver of the south is one business, and that's Walmart. With the city and Pew, they landed that Walmart, and there's so many businesses that they use an algorithm that says how many people are in the vicinity and how close can we get to Walmart. And so you've seen the South just explode as a result. And a lot of people have talked about it. I know it's a big part of the mayor's vision. What the North End needs is an anchor. I'm not saying the county jail is an anchor. I'm saying what they need is an anchor, a retail anchor. And then it happens. The problem is you can't force an anchor. We're not in Russia. We're not in China. This is business. You can create the best environment you can, and that's been a big factor in considering whether this site would be even potentially could affect that. So, John, if you would highlight the Auto Mall site, kind of put your arrow right towards the back of that property, right there. That is actually, if the Auto Mall site were to be selected, the building would sit right back. There's a gravel pit. Bring some Wheaties and a water bottle to get back there if you wanted to hike back to it. It's currently zoned residential. It's not even zoned commercial. What the city, at least in some preliminary discussions, is talking about is they would have to grant us a conditional use permit to do this, even if we were to get it zoned. Yeah, so that shows a hypothetical view of how it would look. Now, if you could go back, John.
Right there.
What we're talking about is actually carving off the back 15 acres of that and only zoning that. The front half of it would be zoned commercial, meaning the county could use it for court buildings, the county could use it for something, anything government, or the county could decide to develop it commercially or sell it to a commercial developer, and you could still have commercial on the front end of that. So we're not talking about right up against the freeway. We're talking about almost back towards the hill. Now, John, if you could scroll down, my idea and what I have been talking about, and I know the city is looking at, again, the city can't force a business to come in, but they can create a fertile patch of land, if you will. And there hasn't been anything like that done. And this is inside the city, so it would have to be something the city would do, and the county would have to work with them. But I think that we could create an incentive area that would incentivize business to come. Now, the problem is right now you can't legally do an incentive area for a big box store. You can do some incentive, and I know Danny, the Economic Development Director for the county and Cedar City, is looking at what we could do to potentially further spur some growth there. But if you see that road there that kind of goes, right there. No, go back a little bit to the left. The road that's on the map is just gravel right now that goes down in. If we were to build there, we would basically oil that road, curb gutter sidewalk all the way down to where it connects to the top of Auto Mall, and then back in. So again, some of the thoughts that the county has had as we've thought about this, will this negatively impact growth? We've looked at studies that say at best it's a sideways move. It's not gonna detract. The unfortunate thing is we just don't know. We think that it won't. We're pretty sure that it would actually help spur some development as now you have roads built and all of that stuff. And back in behind, if we can combine that with an incentive area, then maybe we can get some growth to happen there. The other thing I want to point out is the existing jail is just down the road there on Main Street. If, depending on what we do with it, just right across, you know, if that land were to be sold off, the old building leveled, and that could turn into commercial land, that's 5 acres right there by the north end of town that would be available. So if you're saying that the jail is a detraction, really it's a sideways lateral move and gets it back off of where it is currently at. As far as the revenue argument, any place we put it is going to be tax exempt versus not tax exempt. I mean, any place we put it other than on county owned land, that's really not much of an argument. It is an argument if we were to, for example, put it out on the county owned land out by the landfill, but the cost of doing so go up so exponentially that it's not. In other words, the revenue argument really isn't much of an argument as far as lost sales tax. Any place we put it is going to have the same argument, so it's not an argument as far as the place it goes. If we put it behind Smead, that would now become tax exempt versus if we don't, if we put it here and there and so forth. But one last thing I wanted to say, well, no, I guess, is there anything that you guys, that you want me to talk about as far as studies or anything that I've done? I'm happy to sit down. I just...
that picture right there, Paul might want to explain that. That
picture's standing
picture.
Where that gravel pit is on that back east corner, and you can barely see the freeway. If you look on the right-hand side of that picture, there's a mound, there's a hill right there. So traffic coming in from the north, traveling south, would have to really rubberneck back to even see this facility where it's tucked there to the east. And then the traffic coming from the south going north would be the same. It's tucked back in there far enough that I think the arguments of having a jail right by the entrance of Cedar City, I think it wouldn't be as noticeable. And I would encourage, and I would be willing to take anybody in this room out there and show you. Have you walked clear back to the east side of the fence? It's a long ways back there, and
also on the front, to put a retail or a court or whatever on the west side of the property, it would cover up the jail. I don't think you could see it at all, really. So.
Can I ask you a question? Yeah, would you come up, Mayor?
Though. Come up.
The question is, do you have contracts?
I'll repeat the question.
Contracts with federal or state for long-term contracts?
Do we have contracts? We do not have with federal or state prisoners. We have like a MOU, Memorandum of Understanding, that allows us to do business with each other. We do not have a contract in place. And thank you for bringing that up, Mayor. You know, we looked at this. It's a big factor. If we could get a whole bunch of inmates, contract inmates, it would significantly decrease the burden on the taxpayer. Those inmates aren't available. There's quite a few. The U.S. Federal Marshal would love to give us another 70 tomorrow, in his own words. Another 70 inmates is not justified building a second pod at the moment. And the state says that they're standing pat, which is interesting because they've just built a smaller facility in their new prison than their old prison.
They're having a hard time staffing that.
They're having a hard time staffing it because it's so far out. So many of their corrections officers live in Utah County, and all they've had to do is drive to Point of the Mountain. And now they're talking about how to drive all the way out to the Great Salt Lake.
They'd rather go to
the Gunnison facility.
So
they're having a staffing concern. Well, plus the hiring environment right now, they're having a staffing concern. So we kind of think that the state may be a little bit desperate in need, in the next little while. But as of right now, they don't have a contract they're willing to give us. Does that answer your question, Mayor?
We've got another question here.
So just state your name again so we can make sure you're on the record.
Maybe come up
if
to
you
the
come
mic.
up to the mic so it's on the record. I know, just ask your question and then I'll answer it.
I'm Ann Sutherland. My question is, you talk about growth being motivated by getting a jail there. What store is going to want to be built next to a jail and have positive growth? I just don't see that as happening.
Could I answer that real quick? Maybe everybody could look at that chart, that poster board to the left of that far right poster. It shows some pictures of some jails in the state. Most of those, if you didn't have a sign out front that said correctional facility, you'd never know what they were. They look like commercial buildings. And that's true in Kane County and or in Uina County. We visited 6 of these facilities, and Sheriff, maybe you can talk about that too.
Yeah. So if you look at like Vernal's jail and sheriff's office is built right on Main Street in Vernal. It's completely developed, completely around it. If you look up around Davis County, Davis County is completely developed around it. Development is currently going in around Spanish Forks, which was built out and away from Spanish Fork. Spanish Fork is kind of interesting because it has their Main Street and it has a state highway, which gave them other opportunities for development rather than continuing out on the west side of the freeway. But pretty much almost any jail that you look at, even Kane County, they required Kane County to build outside of Kanab, and there's development going in like crazy all around it right now. You know, Purgatory down in Washington County, same thing, is development that's going all around Purgatory. And this is the point, as I've talked with different developers, everybody has told me that you look at this Auto Mall Drive, for example, that property has been available for over 20 years. But what's been built there? Not a thing. Well, that's not true. There's been encouragement, and at one point there was talk about a Target and a Lowe's that have been going in. Just give me 1 second, and I'll let you ask your question. But the fact of the matter is when you get something like this, which is a nice looking building, there's a huge difference between prisons and jails. Okay, prisons and jails are not even in the same category. Okay, we don't have barbed wire. If you look at our jail currently, does anybody see barbed wire on our jail on Main Street currently? Anybody? It's there. It's there. We have razor wire on that jail. You can't see it because of the design. And that's the same thing with the design of this, is we don't want fences. We want block walls so that people can't see in and the inmates can't see out when they're out on their recreational time. We have concertina wire or razor wire that is subdued by the block wall so nobody can see it. It's completely covered with chain link so nobody can crawl out and nothing can be thrown in. Okay, it's all about the design and about keeping the community safe. It's a huge difference between a prison and a jail. We're able to do that because the jail is substantially smaller. This facility with one pod would be about 384 beds is what we're looking at. Okay, and I'll go into some more things in a minute. Sir, you had a question.
We have a lot of people telling us, and Mark disagree with me, that there'll be all the evidence says there will be no negative impact by the jail. Fine.
Could you tell us your name? I'm sorry.
Arguing for this position, ready to commit to quit your jobs if there's negative impact. I mean, in writing, sign it. If there's negative impact from the jail, I'm going to work in private life.
You can vote us out.
You vote us out. These guys are up right now. And I'll be up in 3 years.
Ma'am, you have a question?
Yes. So why can Beaver in 5 acres, I'm friends with the mayor of Beaver, and he was explaining to me, why can Beaver County in 5 acres of land house almost 400 inmates, and yet we want 30 to 40 acres of our prime land given to this?
Okay.
They've got another 5 acres to expand, which is a total of 10 acres. Why can't we do just as much?
Because that's really that's a
on-site, court
that's right. Do you know what do you know how many county inmates Beaver houses?
County, I'm not sure, but I know that they can house
Less than 30.
And Sam Pete can house 1,600.
Less than 30.
But they house less than 30 county inmates.
Okay.
They house 384 state inmates.
On 5 acres.
But here's the whole point. Okay, the point is if you ever go into their jail, the environmental design of their jail is horrible. It's terrible. They have so many blind corners in that jail that require additional manpower in order to be able to secure it that it's crazy. But they
through their state contract with 384 state inmates, they're paying for their entire sheriff's operation by contracting to the state for state inmates.
Well, we're not going to use 5 acres. If you look at the design, we're going to
They're-
sell
they're
off
county,
other.
But you don't understand that the county, Beaver County is not the same as Iron County. We have 60,000 residents, and we're one of the fastest growing counties in the entire state right now. Okay, my sheriff's office is easy triple the size of Beaver County's because of our need. Okay, this isn't just a jail; it's also the sheriff's office and all the jail administrative offices that go along with it. And we also have to be building for the future, not just for today. One of the things that we want to be able to do, and part of the reason that we've asked for the additional space, is so that we can collate our courts, because the number one place where people escape is not from the jail. It's during transport. It's when they're going into the hospital. It's when they're going into medical treatment. It's when they're going into court and different things like that. It's during the transport. The more we can do to limit our transport, the more money we save the taxpayer in transportation costs, the more we save in manpower costs, and the greater we reduce the risk of escape. If you look at Davis County Jail, they have their jail complex on one side of a parking lot and their courts on the other side of the parking lot. They have a tunnel that connects the two. They open the tunnel, walk the inmates through, back and forth. There's zero opportunity for escape. Right now, our 5th District Court has 3 courtrooms in it, and they're totally full. They can only have one jury court at a time because they have no place to sequester their jury. So if we can have some place that's close into the city and be able to do like we've done with the public safety building and build a court facility that's going to meet the 5th District and the Justice Court's needs and be able to have everything co-located so we have no transport costs, that's a huge savings to the taxpayer. It's a huge saving in transportation. Huge.
I think it's important to note, too, the acreage that we will use is not the same as necessarily the acreage we will buy. I mean, we have to buy what's for sale.
The property owner is saying we have to buy the whole piece.
That's how it works. That's.
Can you see why we're scared? We go 40 acres. Are we getting a new Utah state?
Oh no!
Oh.
Oh, absolutely
Right.
not.
Yeah, and those have been addressed in other meetings.
When we were talking to the county, that's
Dave Nacken.
Dave, why don't you come up to the mic?
And
Yeah.
we need everybody's
We
names
can-
when you
yes,
speak
yeah,
up.
so that we can all hear you.
We need to be able to do the minutes.
And that was my concern too, was that if they bought that piece of property, the county did, as 40 acres, they could put that facility anywhere they wanted to on that 40 acres. And so what we've approached the county is they're buying 2 separate pieces of property. It's divided.
No, that's a power line. That's a power line.
But that's the opportunity that we have is to sell this to you in 2 separate pieces of property. The back piece of property would be zoned specifically for this purpose on those 15 acres, so that the whole property wouldn't be available for the county.
Right. But would it be taken from commercial and residential? 40 acres would be taken?
Well,
No.
It's residential now, so what we're thinking is more commercial, not. But the jail is different.
In reality, if they use that for the 5th District Court, and you come in and see that 5th District Court in front of the jail, and that's connected, and that's on the additional piece of property, that probably would obscure the jail even additionally from what it is right now. So the safety net that we have is that the mayor and the city council only allow that zoning in that last 15, in that far east 15 acres, so that the county has to use that part of that 40 acres.
And there's a big pit on that one side, so that's part of it. I mean, that big pit, which we will use for a retention pond.
I wouldn't want it that close to the retail property. I mean, I think I think, I don't think it's gonna have an impact on the retail myself, and I own the properties, so I would be as much concerned as anybody.
Where do you live?
Or, pardon me?
Do you live in Fiddlers or that?
No, and that's why I say, I don't wanna speak to residential, because I wanna respect that as a separate issue.
Right.
Because I don't have any skin in the game on that, and I wanna respect everything that you have to say about residential. That would be inappropriate for me to make a comment. I don't live there.
Okay.
And so I hope you'll understand that. I'm just speaking from a retail perspective. I don't think it will have it, especially if it goes to that far.
That's 15 acres, that back piece that is plotted on there, and a good share of that is a big pit that's already in the ground that could be used for whenever you build commercial properties, you have to provide a detention basin that'll
Put
accept
your
the
water.
flood waters. When it rains hard, all the parking lot and all the runoff goes into that detention basin, and then it gathers that, and then it lets it out slowly so it doesn't flood people downstream. And so that's an advantage to this piece too, is that detention basin's already there. It's 30 feet deep, and it's a gravel pit that somebody harvested gravel out of years ago.
It'd drain very well too.
And it could be used for what we need it for. And I don't think you're going to have all the property in front would be zoned commercial, and with utilities being run clear to the back would probably augment and spur other commercial in front. And I don't know that you would ever get a retail store to move back against the canyon or hill like that where it's not visible.
Not visible.
There
was a couple others over here. Ken, can you maybe?
Okay, before we do that, I need names.
Oh.
This gentleman here,
sir.
Would you tell us your name, please?
With the cane.
You.
Mark, just for answers.
That's okay. No, I just didn't get it. And then your name, ma'am? Here in the black.
Cheryl Wicker.
Thank you.
You want me to come up?
Yes, please.
Maggie Lewis. I also live in the Fiddlers area, and I want to say thank you. I have watched online, I've looked at everything, and I appreciate the work that you have done, that you have all done in looking at all of this. I wasn't going to come today because I was feeling pretty good about what I had seen, looking at what you had discussed before, but talking about this, I did some research, and I looked around at the different county jails in Utah. And yes, there was development around those, but what it was industrial parks. There wasn't a grocery store built next to and utilizing the same roads that any of these jails were on. That's my concern, is, as many have stated, we need some sort of commercial properties. We need a grocery store. I did not see that in any of those jails, near any of those jails. We need businesses that are going to want to attach themselves to that grocery store, just like we talked about with Walmart. We need a big business coming in that's going to be
I think Vernal probably has grocery stores fairly close because it's right in the middle of town.
Okay, so there's one
Yeah.
in Vernal.
Yeah.
But again, and I'm sorry, but yes, like we all have been saying, we're concerned about the fact that you're taking this prime commercial real estate and putting a jail on it that we don't know. I mean, you can go look on Google Maps and you can see what's around all the jails in our state. I have not looked at, I did not look at all of them. I'm not saying they're all that way. But I'm saying we in Cedar City and Iron County.
We have Danny Stewart
plenty
come up
of
next.
space. We have
Yeah.
plenty of space to find a different location for this. And I understand, I'm not saying it's easy. I understand your concern with the location.
Let me address that for just a minute, if I may. Okay, the location. Everybody keeps talking about go out and build it by the landfill. Do you recognize that out by the landfill, that there's a housing development less than a mile and a half away? Do you recognize that there's a church less than half a mile away? It would actually be closer than what the Fiddlers area is. There's a hotel and an RV park that would be right across the street. And yet, it would cost us almost $10 million in additional funding just to bring the utilities out to that site in order to provide us with the utilities that we need. And a greater concern is what it does to your local law enforcement is it takes your local law enforcement outside of their jurisdiction for a prolonged period of time. You look at like Parowan, where Parowan has one officer on duty. For them to be able to come in to the hospital, get medical clearance, take it out to the dump, and be able to book them in, and then get back to Parowan, they'd be out of their jurisdiction for a minimum of half of their shift. Half of their shift that their community is now uncovered because of the location of the jail. We can't do that. We need to have a facility that's close to the hospital, it's close to the courts, and it's centrally located where all the officers from the north and the south can get to it and be able to do things and get their officers back out into their their jurisdictions in a timely manner. There's been concern that's been expressed over families moving in to visit state or federal inmates. That doesn't happen. There is no in-person visitation in our jail. Okay, all of our jail visitation is done electronically. So even if someone wants to come into the jail to visit an inmate, they have to do it over basically an iPad in order to visit. There is no in-person visitation. And so now the vast majority of people that visit inmates visit from the comfort of their own home on their own tablet device. That's how it's done now. It's not done in person. So people don't move here following their inmates. As far as federal inmates are very short term. The way the federal inmate system works is those inmates have been convicted of their crime, but they haven't been sentenced yet. And they're housed in jails pending their sentencing, and then once they're sentenced, then they're shipped out to the federal penitentiary where they're going to spend all their time. As far as the state inmates go, the state inmates is all based on programming, the programming that is offered through the different jail facilities. The inmates have to meet the classification. They have to show that they're going to be basically good citizens within the jail and come down to get into that facility. And so usually they're far more well-behaved than our county inmates are. They're never released here. They always get sent back to the Utah Department of Corrections where they came from when their prison time is up, where they're released. So there's no encouragement for anybody coming in from other parts of the state because they have an inmate here. That just doesn't happen. As far as our county inmates go, our county inmates are exactly what they are. They're county inmates. They're citizens of Iron County. When they've fulfilled their debt to society and are released, then they're a citizen of Iron County again. That's what they are. So, please.
Like I said, I live in Fiddler's area. I have no problem with the location and I know this is not the same for everyone, but I have no problem with the location from a safety standpoint. I have the jail already right by me. I am not concerned about you being able to protect us. I think it's a great idea to bring in more inmates to cover the costs. I have no problems with that. My problem is with the location. It's simply the location and the fact that again, like I said, I know I'm not Danny. I don't have the expertise, but I could look and see with my own eyes that the kind of businesses coming in were not the kind of businesses us as a community are asking for. That's it. I understand your dilemma with needing a central location. I'm saying, does that particular corner right off the interstate exchange have to be it? There's no other property within a mile range even that could possibly work, or 2 miles.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So you understand this. This has been going on before I ever came to office. When I came to office, Dale Brinkeroff, one of the former commissioners, took me out and showed me 5 different sites, one of which was the landfill site. When we looked at those 5 sites, we went to SUU and asked SUU to do a feasibility study on those 5 different sites, and they disqualified all 5 of them, including the jail site, or the landfill site. Okay. We have been trying to do our due diligence to find a location that was going to be the best location that we possibly could find for years, for literally years. And as we've looked at them, we've had to take into consideration a great number of factors. A lot of people feel that their perception is that the reason that we've kind of stepped away from the Smead site was because of the outcry of the people surrounding that site. That's not the reason why. We're sensitive to it. We want to listen to, the folks that live there. But the greater problem is it's in a flood zone, and the over excavation would be 6 to 9 feet, and it would cost us millions of additional dollars to bring the backfill in to be able to support the weight of a jail facility. It's not really a good site, in my opinion. Okay. One of the things that has drawn us to this particular site on Automall is the over X would only be about 2 to 2.5 feet, and the construction material is on site to be able to backfill it, which would save us millions of dollars on the construction. Part of my responsibility as a sheriff is to be fiscally responsible as far as it is to be security responsible. And that's what way I started this is I care about our community, and I don't want to do anything that's going to put our community at risk. But I also have to look at the realism of what's going to be the best location from multiple points of view, from getting deputies and officers back out into their jurisdictions, from being able to encourage the state to be able to put their courts next door to us so that we can save the taxpayer money on the cost of transport, and to be able to minimize the opportunity for escape. There's so many different factors that we've looked at. And in my opinion, the best site is the Automall site. It's my opinion. I don't make that decision, though.
Did I understand you to say SGU disqualified all 5 sites?
Yes, ma'am.
So why are we just staying with those?
They were different sites. Yeah. That was a while ago. Yeah. Let's have Danny talk to us about, because I know that they've been working on trying to get us another grocery store, and how important it is to do that. And just let's listen to Danny, what he has to say about that.
No, I appreciate that. And I'll come over here so everyone's not hearing or looking at the back of my head. So, retail recruitments is an interesting thing. When I was hired as Economic Development Director, really the main task that I was given was to help foster an environment where we could have higher paying employment here in the county. That's really our biggest need here is our wage gap between Iron County and the rest of the state. Also pointed out to me was our North Interchange needs commercial development, and that doesn't generally bring higher paying jobs, but it requires I was asked to put my effort there. My wife tells me that there are plenty who think that the only thing I do in town is try to recruit Mexican restaurants and pizza restaurants. If I did, I would say I was very successful. But commercial and residential development, it goes the way water goes. It follows the path of least resistance. And I've been visiting with large anchor retail folks since day one in my position. I continue to do so. It's frustrating to me when I work with a client and they choose to locate at the south part of Cedar City because that's where the action is. They're looking for where can I succeed, etc. I keep trying to tell them, come out and be the action, and everything else will build around you. And we've had some successes, but it is a challenging thing. The recent growth that we've had makes more of an impact to us successfully recruiting retail development on the North Interchange. That's another thing is, we don't love growth, but those retail developers are looking for a certain number of rooftops within a certain drive time. And part of what I do is try to educate the public that our market is much bigger than a 15-minute drive time. anyway, it's a challenging thing. We're going to have success, and I truly believe that we will. As I mentioned earlier, I was extremely concerned with locating a facility like this near this commercial property. You know, the last thing I wanted was to sabotage all of the effort that I've done for 7.5 years to try to get that one entity, that one store, to start the momentum going out there. And that's why I reached out to my colleagues in economic development from throughout the state, EDC Utah, real estate developers. And the quote that I read you earlier was the same thing that I get from everyone. The population, the demographics of an area is much more of an indicator of where they will go. If we can show that there's high traffic areas, and really I need to bring them here and so they can see and experience that the North Interchange and the South Interchange are 10 minutes apart, and if there's something appealing out there, I'm going to drive there, not because it's closer, but because that's where I want to shop. I don't know
Danny,
if
there's one more thing that I just thought of, and Dan brought it up a while back, but there's a box culvert that goes under the freeway just north of the bowling alley on the highway, and there's talk about trying to open that up. I think it's 10 feet wide now, so it's quite narrow. You'd have to have one-way traffic, of course, but the talk is to have another option for the folks coming from Enoch to go under that box culvert and bring traffic up through that area, which would actually help bring people in there. That would help
over
foster.
the little hill, and then to to
Dan,
the west.
you might address that better than I can, but it's anyway that would bring traffic through that area and maybe foster some people there to develop there.
And I get traffic count information that's important, and the traffic that's there at Main Street and the I-15 interchange and Automall Drive, it's sufficient to be a case for retail development. These stores that want to come here, they're looking for traffic as one indicator. The other thing they have is they go by formulas. They have site selectors and they go by formulas, and it's hard to educate them. Costco, for example, they want 250,000 people within a 60-minute drive, and they don't want another Costco within that 60-minute drive, unless you're getting into large metropolitan areas. And it's the same with all these others. It doesn't, it's a little discouraging, but it doesn't discourage me. I'll be at the retail convention in May. I'm putting packets together and sending them out continually to these folks, and I do believe we'll see some success. I don't believe that this project will hinder that. Thank you.
Good, thanks. Thanks, Danny. Oh.
Before Dan.
Okay.
No, just quickly, I wanted to ask Danny. I guess a good attorney will tell you never ask a question you don't already know the answer to, but I'm going to risk it here. As a planner, I look at, and it's not my responsibility as it is yours to assure that there's adequate types of zoning in all categories. It just appears to me, and the question is there adequate commercial property? Are we really doing our community a disservice by taking potentially agricultural property, or commercial property, which isn't currently zoned commercial, it's zoned residential, or it's zoned master plan, general plan, to be residential, not even commercial. So we're not taking commercial property out of what's currently zoned commercial, but even if it were a potential for commercial, are we at risk of taking property out of a current situation that is low or concerning about what kind and how much of commercial property is available?
Thanks, Reed. That is a good question, and I've thought the same thing. We actually have a lot of commercial from the North Interchange all the way into the center of town on both sides of Main Street, and a lot of that is undeveloped.
That was my observation, but I just didn't know if that was true.
Yeah.
People come to you and say, I just can't find a commercial piece.
No, that's never been an issue.
There's a lot.
Land is not our challenge. And in fact, if this were to take place, it would have to be rezoned, and it would have to have that commercial element, so it would essentially add an additional 35 acres commercial the way it's been proposed. Like I say, and you can't really see this, but if you were to, John, or you driving this, if you were to go a little bit so we can see farther to the south, and to the west. All of that reddish, yeah, that's great. You can see all those strips of red that are zoned commercial all along Main Street there, so that hasn't been an issue. A large box store such as a Costco or something like that would require about 11 acres for parking and for their box and for all of their loading and unloading and everything. We've got several sites where something like that could happen, so that hasn't been my main concern.
I was just going to address that issue that Paul talked about. And if you go back, you can actually see it on the parcel map. Now come back to the south. Okay, right there. Okay, so right at the bottom, on the bottom right is actually the parcel that we're talking about. Right there. Now scroll back in. You can see where the road is designed to go. It's going to go up and over that little hill and tie into the frontage road that goes between Enoch and Paraguna. Eventually, that road will tie in, and that's right where there's an underpass that goes there. And we will have extended that road almost to that point. Right now, one of the biggest challenges that Enoch has is this massive bottleneck right by the bowling alley where all of the traffic comes in. If you've ever tried to go there around 8 in the morning, you'll see that traffic goes all the way around the corner, and it goes down to the north quite some distance. I actually drive through there every morning on my way to work. And so one of the things that the mayor has talked about a lot is opening more north-south corridors. And if this road is completed to where it's at and then were to go up over the hill, that would actually add a corridor for traffic to be able to come through there. They would then get back onto Main Street there at the stoplight right by Love's, which would increase a lot of traffic and flow through this area that's all zoned commercial. And I think that there would be some positive impact, not only for Enoch City to have a little bit of a relief valve, if you will, of traffic, but it would also get a lot of traffic count going through this area and, again, potentially incentivize businesses to want to locate there. That was the point that Paul made.
Well, just to add on to that discussion, just really briefly, so the underpass at that area would be the responsibility of the Department of Transportation in the state of Utah. We sat in an Iron County Coordinating Council meeting last week where we talk about road infrastructure. We actually have a priority list of projects with the DOT, and we were able to bump that particular project and the expansion of that culvert into that region. We were able to bump that up to a number one priority with the DOT.
With Parowan's Bridge.
with the understanding of that would help spur that commercial growth in that area by providing a better corridor into there. That's something that
help with the bottleneck.
That we were able to move up on that priority list last week or the week before, whenever we had that meeting, we bumped that up on that priority list. So, that's something that we're already, really concerned about, is that economic growth and doing everything that we can to support that area with infrastructure to allow that growth. Jim?
Come up. And state your name again.
I'm not sure what my name is. Jim Lunt. I asked Mike, do you have any insight on the Enoch interchange? Because that was rumor. Is that a dream or a rumor? Or?
No, it's not a dream or a rumor. So
it'll happen someday, but not.
It's going to be
out of ways.
That, I would assume that the Enoch interchange will be probably more of a viable discussion once that northern portion of the county belt route is in.
Yeah.
I know exactly. Yeah. At this point, not a pipe dream, but it's going to be down the road a ways.
Yeah, probably.
I would think that this north interchange culvert project would. It will be way ahead of the Enoch interchange.
Yep. Oh, okay.
Carter Wilkie, could you zoom in on that area where we're talking, John? I just wanted to. I had the opportunity to serve on Cedar City's General Plan Revision Steering Committee, and I just wanted to mention something. The Cedar City did just redo their general plan. As we look at that road that will connect the windy Esch Road, I guess you could call it, right there, everything to the east of that, right there where John is pointing, a little bit closer, kind of hugging along that road. Everything on the old general plan was general planned, low density residential. In their new master plan, we did change that all to commercial, and that
you
was
did?
adopted. So that is now master planned central commercial on the city's new master plan. Everything along that road, not all the way up, but quite a bit of that land we also did change to central commercial. And
very
Cedar
All the way out
City
to the
adopted
freeway?
that. Huh?
All the way out to the freeway there?
Yeah, so from the freeway all the way to the S Road. Sorry, I'll just come over here.
How far into the lot? Can you just point
Oh, we came about right here. It follows this road now. So the central commercial.
That's not a road, that's a power line. But
This power line?
no, that's the road.
That's a road.
That other one's a power line.
Power line.
That's a power line road,
If
sorry.
you look on the map, it follows kind of right along here.
So we would be behind that.
Okay.
So we would be behind that.
Correct.
But
There's
Wanted to
still
get
we would
an up-
have
if you
to-
wanted to look exactly, cedarcityplan.org has that updated map on
Okay.
it. So
okay,
Thanks for
Thank
that.
you.
thank you. I think we need to discuss it. Who wants to go first?
Well, do we need to close it? Probably need to close the public.
Oh, we need to close the public hearing. Chair closes the public hearing. Thank you for all your comments. We appreciate you all coming and that. I think we'll just do a little discussion. Do you want to go first?
Sure. So first of all, there's a lot of people in this room that I know, and there's a lot of people in this room that I don't know. Let me introduce myself briefly. So my background, I'm a lifelong resident of Cedar City. Always wanted to get out, and then when I figured out that it was a great place to be, now I don't want to get out anymore. But my background, my professional background's been in law enforcement. I've been a law enforcement officer for 26 years in Iron County. Both the majority of that has been with the Cedar City Police Department. I spent 23 years with Cedar City. I retired a few years ago, and now work very part-time with Enoch City, basically helping them just plug holes in their patrol shift and work on their investigation issues. And so I'm very aware of the issue. My involvement with the jail started about the time that I became elected. I've been in the county commission for 5 years. I started working with Sheriff Mark Gower shortly after my election. Correctional Officer Mike Gibbs talking about the infrastructure problems and the need for a new jail. I was the one with Commissioner Brinkerhoff back then I'm the one that sat down with the university, the Southern Utah University Masters of Public Administration program, and commissioned a site study on several different sites. I think at that point we narrowed it down to 5 sites. And they did a feasibility study on those 5 sites and basically came back and said none of those sites are feasible, whether it be for soils or whether it be for infrastructure. We gave them parameters of some of the things that we needed as far as a new jail. They came back to us at that point and said none of these are really great sites. Skipping ahead, we had a change of administration, both in the Sheriff's Department, in the County Attorney Department, and here on the Commissioner, with Commissioner Cousins joining Commissioner Adams and I 3 years ago, and then now Commissioner Wood that's been with us for a year. When we started, and Commissioner Cousins will tell you this, Commissioner Cousins didn't want to build a new jail. He wanted to add on to the old jail, which we jumped through all those hoops, and we've now got Commissioner Cousins caught up. That's a really long story short. But the things that we have, so during this whole process for years on end, we have, I can't tell you how many times that we have met as a commission with our staff, with the auditor's office. We've looked at every financial angle that we possibly can. We've looked at every growth model. We've actively included every administration within the county. We've involved all of the police chiefs in every jurisdiction, as well as some of their staff, the county sheriff and a large amount of his staff. When we initially, kind of skip forward again, we knew that we needed about 40 acres of land-ish. Now, the reason we're not going to build a 40-acre jail, but we want to have a job. This project has been kicked down the road, the term's been used today, for years and years and years. Nobody wants to touch it. We don't want to touch it. We shake our heads all the time, say this sucks. But you know what? It's upon us, and we can't avoid it anymore. In looking at these, we want to build a facility that, number one, meets our current needs and exceeds our current needs, because we don't want to have to rebuild this facility again in 10 years. We want this facility that we build, the initial facility, we'd love that to last for 30 years, just like the last one. But knowing that it's going to have to expand, we want area to expand. If you look at the models, it's a podular model. There's the administrative offices, and then those round pods are actually where we keep the prisoners. We're looking at building one pod right now, but we need room to build a second pod and a third pod. Now, that second pod and third pod, I hope that I'm a really old man if I ever see the second pod, and I hope that I am long dead before that third pod ever needs to be built in place. But we would love to save future commissions this pain of going through this process. We need to put this facility in an area that's going to grow for the next 75 years. We're not going to have this discussion again for 75 years. Along with that, we would love to be able to attract the courts. Right now, the courts don't want to move. The courts say we're good where we're at, but we've got to have room for them. They're sorely out of room, and they'll come to us eventually. We have to have room to accommodate the courts when they come, because that's going to cut down exponentially on our transportation, our security, everything else that comes along with that. It's going to be really important to have them there for everybody's, for the taxpayer and for the safety. So when we started looking at different areas, we've driven far and wide. I've actually flown to Salt Lake with our staff and met with different landowners, different developers all over the place, trying to determine if it was feasible, number one, or if that area or if that land was actually for sale that we thought might be feasible. And some of it's not. There was a lot of comments, well, find a place within a mile. The problem, one of the parameters that we have to use when looking for land is it for sale? We can't eminent domain 40 acres to put a jail on. We would not. That would never going to happen. So that's one of the things that we have to look at is it for sale? To speak, specifically, there are several properties in Enoch, on the north end of Enoch. We met with the owner. We've met with a ton of people out there. We've looked at the soils. It's not awesome. It would cost a lot of money to bring infrastructure in. It would cost a lot of money in the excavation. It's just not awesome. The sheriff has talked about out at the landfill. When we first started this conversation, I was all for the landfill site. That's great. The county already owns it. There's a power line going overhead. It can't be that much to bring infrastructure in. Well, and then I became educated and became a little bit more mature as a commissioner. It's like, ooh, there's no sewer out there. There's all these other problems. We would have to build a whole sewer lagoon out there to even accommodate that. Plus, as we've met with these other people, Ryan Head Police Department, they would literally take half a shift. They said what we would do if you guys build the jail to the west, we'll just contract with Beaver. It's going to be closer for us to drive to Beaver and more convenient because of the freeway. It'd be closer for possibly even Parowan and especially Bryan Head to drop their prisoners off in Beaver. It'd be a quicker turnaround to come back. We as Iron County, by law, are mandated to provide a jail. It's not an optional service. We're mandated by law to provide a jail. It's one of the few amenities, if you want to call it that, or utilities that we have to provide as a county. We have to provide a county jail. The sheriff is mandated to run that jail. We looked at the equestrian, the Smead area, and I'll be honest, in full disclosure, that's right in my backyard. I live in Equestrian Point. That wasn't a concern to me because I understand the environmental design and everything that goes with the jail. When we really started to look at that, we'd have to over-X, which means we'd have to like dig the dirt out and then bring good dirt in so that the jail didn't sink into the mud. It would cost us millions and millions of dollars to do that. It's a perfect size. It's fairly centrally located. There's in my neighborhood, there's people who are like, not in my backyard, I don't want the jail. And there's a whole bunch of them that said, ooh, hey, if you guys build a jail right there, you're going to have to improve the entrance to Lund Highway, which is going to make our travel better. Ooh, maybe this is not such a bad thing after all. But when it comes down to that, it's going to cost us so much money to build there because of the over-X. It's right in a floodplain. It's just not prudent to build there. Interestingly enough, today the people came and said, "Okay, hey, how about we just put the brakes on?" That's great, and that was some of the comment that we had back when we were looking specifically at the Smead area. That was a few months ago. We did put the brakes on. We said, you know what? Let's look. This area that we're calling the Auto Mall area, which isn't on Auto Mall Drive, that wasn't available to us at the time that we were looking at the Smead site. That the possibility of that property the availability didn't come up until after we put the brakes on things and looked at it a little bit closer. We've all spent time driving it, walking it, taking other people out there, driving it, walking it, measuring it. We've had excavators out there looking at it, saying, okay, these are your over-X issues, these are your utility issues. There has been a huge amount of thought go into this area. My little sister lives at the back of Ashdown Forest and took after me over the dinner table the other night. I said I provided her all of the information that we've had from our meetings, and she's like, oh, okay. She goes, my thought is, what I understood and what my neighbors told me is that you're going to build a new Gunnison prison right there in my backyard. Like, there's a huge difference between a prison and a county jail. County inmates, the only inmates that we house for the county are citizens of Iron County. They live here anyway. The only inmates that will ever be released back into Iron County are already your neighbors. There are the federal inmates that come through here, the state inmates that come through here, which they have for over 30 years. We've had those prisoners in our facility for over 30 years. Not one of them's ever been released back into Iron County. The state inmate prisons go back to the state prison and are released from there. The federal inmates, I don't know where they release them from, but not here.
Pahrump, I think.
Wherever they are in the federal penitentiary,
is one of them, I think, isn't it? Yeah.
I don't know, but those folks aren't released here. We don't have visitation at the Iron County Jail. It's all digital now. And it was going that way before COVID, and thank you, COVID. That was a good thing. COVID put the nail in visitation at the jail. We don't have people traveling from outside to come and visit their inmate. We just don't. Even the inmates that are in there, which the vast majority are our local inmates, their family visits them from the iPad in the living room where they can see the kids and everybody else. The sheriff talked about his public service. I started in 1993. I started as an EMT for Iron County Ambulance. I actually got accepted into school to do something different with my life and opted out. I became an EMT with Iron County Ambulance, which parlayed into law enforcement, which ultimately parlayed into this responsibility as an Iron County Commissioner that you guys have given me. I love Iron County. It's fun to serve here. There's not better people anywhere in the world. It's awesome. And I would not do anything that I believed would bring harm to one single person in Iron County. I know that it's a tough decision, but it's something that didn't crop up Sunday night. In fact, when, over the last 6-8 weeks, we've advertised, we've Facebooked, we've run ads, we've done absolutely everything that we can to try and get the word out to attend these public meetings. We had a public meeting we held at the Great Hall at SUU. We had a couple of hundred people in attendance that night, where we laid it out way better than we could today. Then following up with that, we had an open house where the opportunity for the community to come in and speak with each of us, along with an architect, along with everybody that's involved in the process. And we had a great turnout from that. In fact, we had a great turnout from the Fiddlers area that night. We've, over and over and over again, we've done our very best to make this an open and public process. I feel bad that some of you found out about it Sunday night. And there's people in this room that have been here with us in every single meeting for months. We've done everything that we can to get that word out and to make this a public discussion. I've really appreciated the input, and as of all of us, we've taken hundreds and hundreds of comments and tweaked things and adjusted things and done things differently because of people's comments. It's like, oh, we didn't think about that. That's a good idea. That's just kind of the history. This is just hard. It's hard. But on the other hand, we've really done our homework. We've consulted with everybody possible that we can think of. We believe, I shouldn't be speaking for the other commissioners. I believe that this is the best setup and that we're not going to find another place that's available to us for the project. It really does check all the boxes. Mayor Green stood up with kind of a list of demands earlier and says, okay, I'm not going to fight you if you do this, and this. Like, I think we've checked all but one of his boxes before we even came into this discussion. Water is an issue that we need to discuss, but we already have a facility that we can actually transfer the water that we're already using to this new hookup and take care of that box as well. That's just my involvement, my background in it. I wanted you guys to kind of understand that. I'm done for a minute.
Mike and all that he's done and brought to the table with it. He is assigned to be over the sheriff's department, the jail, all of that. So he's been very involved with it because of which we all have been. but that's his assignment, so that's been his part. But Paul.
So, and I've said this in other meetings. When I was elected 3.5 years ago, I'm like Mayor Green. I like remodeling old buildings. I'm a cabinet maker for 35 years in my own business, and for many years we'd go to Sevier County and remodel these old elementary schools and make them like new, and it'd save the tax. And I always respected them because they would take old and make new and remodel and add on, make them earthquake proof, and save the taxpayers millions of dollars. I blame my mother for this cough I have. Sorry. So that's where I was at when I was elected, is I wanted to remodel the jail. But as I talked to Mike Gibbs and the sheriff and Commissioner Blake and others, the logistics of trying to add on or remodel a jail while there's prisoners in there is just not feasible. It doesn't work. There are security issues with that. I think the most scared I've ever been, I was doing some cabinet work out in our current facility, and I was walking down the hall with some tubs of very dangerous tools, very sharp objects, and all of a sudden the door's locked and all the prisoners came out, and I thought that might be the end. But so anyway, so it just is not feasible to remodel that, and then with the current conditional use permit, it has to be on the footprint. We can't come out of the footprint at all. I think they tried to add on a little chapel onto it years ago, and that didn't really go over too well. And then my next step was let's go out to Iron Springs. Let's build it out there. That way it would be a better place to go. And I did my homework. I went out. I looked at utilities. There's not a sufficient water. There's no sewer. I went so far as to talk to an engineering company locally and talk about sewer lagoons and what's involved in building those. We'd have to cross a railroad track. Sewer lagoons had to be constructed. It would delay us years and years, and it'd be very expensive. And so, and then the logistical problems of Bryan Head, Parowan, the northern Iron County folks trying to travel that far was an issue for me. And then also the medical debate that's been brought up about being close to a medical facility has obviously been brought up. And we did look at the Smead site. My biggest concern with Smead was the soils. They're not bad for residential, but when you're putting a heavy, jails are heavy. They're built heavy, and there's lots of steel and concrete. And as Commissioner Blake talked about, the Ovrex would be about 8 feet. When you recompact that soil that you take out, you lose about 40% of the soil. So you're bringing more soil in to augment that. And then that piece of property was about 2 feet below the grade of the road and in a floodplain, as was mentioned. So you'd have to build that up probably beside the Ovrex, and the 40% you lost, you'd probably have to bring up 3 or 4 more feet of material, and that's very expensive to do. And it's a loamy type soil, and so and as I talked to the architect, all of the design of a building like that is influenced by what it sits on. And this piece, as this piece became available, and we started talking about it out here at the Auto Mall site, as I went out there, and everybody that lives in Fiddler's Canyon knows there's lots of rocks, and that's a friend to building a building. Is you having good rocks and a good substrate to build on. Initially, we had some landowners talk to us about buying the Auto Mall Drive because they were tired of sitting on it and hoping something would be done, and they were hoping to. And we considered that for a minute until we thought the same thing you do. We want a grocery store. We want commercial retail to be on that site to help that north end to ease the congestion on the south end of Cedar City. And we want people going out there. And I think I really believe the first grocery store that builds out there is going to really do well. I really do. With all of Enoch and the northern traffic from Beaver and others, I think they'll do very well. And so we looked at that for a minute, and then we talked about, this piece came available, and we talked about building it on the front side. And I felt, honestly, that was too close. And that's when we started talking, well, let's push it clear to the back. There's a wash that goes behind. There's a hillside to the east of that. There's BLM kind of to the southeast of that. Sorry. you tuck it back in that corner. And I know it's been come up over and over again that we are buying 40 acres because that's what's for sale and that's what we have to buy. Are we going to use all of that? No. What you see right there on the map is 15 acres, and probably 5 of that is that detention basin and gravel pit. So we'd probably be on 10 acres really.
Probably wouldn't be able to use it for
right.
other things anyway.
And then if you look at the piece of land directly south of that, that's Sitla owned. And there, if you drive over there's a huge gravel pit that's about probably a third of that property, a pretty deep hole that I don't know would be feasible for a developer to go in there and fill that in, compact it, and build houses on it. I don't see it happening. And then you've got the piece that was brought up about the piece of Sitla ground that Cedar City traded for a potential recreation site right up just to the left of the B where it says BLM right there. And so we feel like it's insulated well up in there, tucked back in the corner. And I would hope that if we do vote on this site that we actually, because we're not the final decision on this. And Carter, you mentioned that the master plan's been changed, but there's 2 more steps that has to happen. It has to be rezoned, and then we have to have a conditional use permit. So even if we vote on this today, this will be handed off to the Cedar City Council, and they'll have to deliberate. And but I would hope that we could, John, advertise a public meeting, and we as commissioners and other staff and the Cedar City Council and mayor and those that are interested could go out there on a field trip and actually stand on that east fence and look out and really, because I'll tell you, Mayor Green was adamantly opposed to this. I know Danny Stewart's mentioned, our economic development director was opposed to this. Chris McCormick, our CEO of the Chamber of Commerce, was opposed to this. David Nacken, who's a property owner out there, who probably has more to lose than anyone, was opposed to this. We took them all out there, drove them clear to the back of that property, and looked out, and every one of them said, "We're good." Now, to be totally upfront, the mayor said, if you'll do that and you'll meet these conditions that Commissioner Blake talked about, I will not oppose this project. And so these are people that were opposed, and I think, and I know some of the ladies that were here have left, but they said they've walked it. But I would encourage anybody else that's concerned to actually, and if you drive down that road right there to the left of Utah State Lands, there's a gravel pile. Take that road that goes down that power line, and it'll take you right to that back side of that property, and you can drive into it without having to hike. But you can walk clear to the back of that fence and look out and see how it's not that visible from the freeway. That you'd really have to make an effort to see it. The other, let's see, I jotted down a lot of notes. Commissioner Blake covered them really well, so he covered a lot of the things I was going to talk about. I am, we did meet with the U.S. Marshal and the state director over corrections, and they both, and that's, Mayor Green had a good point. Do we have contracts in place for contract prisoners? And we don't. And they said the likelihood of that happening is not good. And we had talked about 1 pod versus 2 pod designs, and Dan Jessen, who did his homework and did an excellent analysis of costs and the burden on the taxpayer, showed that a 2-pod jail would be great if you could get those. But in my research and in the meetings we've had with these individuals, it doesn't make sense to risk building a facility that we can't fill up. And so my vote would be to just build a 1-pod and then have, but there's a lot of value in building a pod and then stubbing utilities into that second site, so that when you do go to build it, it's prepared. You have conduit in place. You just pull the wires and you're done. And so and that's very inexpensive to do when you're in the construction phase, to have all that available and pre-plan for that site. And so that's that issue. And that's about all. I think Commissioner Blake covered it real well. I do want to thank, there's many friends in here, and those that I don't know in here, I consider you friends. And I've been in public service for a long time, 2 terms on the city council and serving here in the county commission. And this isn't an easy job. Trust me, it's not. If we decide to put this out in Enoch, we'd have the same room full of people opposing it. If we put it out to Iron Springs, we'd have the same number of people. If we put it out by Craig Law out in Burrell, he'd bring his people in. No, just kidding, Craig. Yeah. And so
Yes.
This is not easy, but we as commissioners are elected to do what's right for the citizens of Iron County as a whole. And I feel really good about this site for all the things that have been noted. I don't think, as you know, there was an example. There was an example the other day of, and our sheriff could probably tell it better, but there was an officer, I think in Bryan Head, that needed to arrest 2 really bad guys, and he called down to the jail and there wasn't room for him, and he had to just let him go. And in my mind, as I think about that, if we don't have a facility that can accommodate our needs now, and some will say, well, just get rid of your state prisoners. And let me back up. The way I've been educated by our law enforcement is the state prisoners are the ones that are stable. They know their sentences. They're there for a long time. They've kind of resigned the fact that they're going to be there. They're not as disruptive. Correct me, Sheriff, I'm not explaining this well, but they use those kind of folks for the kitchen responsibilities, for the laundry, for the duties in the correctional facility, which saves you and I taxpayer money because we're able to use those in the facility. We cannot rely on county inmates to do those jobs because they're not, I don't know, what's the word? What? They're not stable enough. And so we have to have some of those people in there. And so when people say, well, just get rid of all the state and federal inmates, we can't really do that. But when you have an officer in northern Utah need to arrest 2 really bad people and they call and there's not room for them, I would submit the argument of what is the difference between that and having somebody escape from jail? You know, if there's 2 people that needed to be in jail and we had to let them go, what's the difference between somebody trying to escape? And not that, to my knowledge, I don't know that we've ever had a problem in the current jail. That was the last job 34 years ago that I worked on before I started my own business in 1987. But to me, this is a good site. I like Commissioner Blake has expressed, I would never vote to do anything to hurt anyone. We've done our research, we've done our homework, we've had meeting after meeting. We did slow the process down after the SME discussion, and I feel like we've done a good job. And I like Mike said, I apologize for those that haven't seen it. If you haven't seen the presentations we've promoted, and a lot of staff has gone to great lengths to produce and put on, as well as ourselves. I hope you'll go watch those, and I think it'll answer a lot of your questions. So.
Can I rebut?
Yep.
1 second. Couple.
Real quick.
I get my 3 minutes. No, so one of my other primary responsibilities as a commissioner is economic development. I work side by side with Danny, with Chris on the chamber board. I've been in these discussions over the last 5 years. We have desperately tried to bring in a Target. We have hounded Costco. We have met with Harmon's. We have done. It is a constant struggle to try and bring in an anchor store to the North Interchange. I think so. Economic development is one of my passions, and one of my. I take that responsibility on the commission very seriously and will continue to do so. If this moves forward, I'll continue to pound that economic development drum and do everything I can to support and help Danny. We meet with businesses all the time. We travel every once in a while to court businesses and let them understand the support that they have from their local leaders. And we'll continue to do that. Work with Chris in the chamber all the time to try and grow our businesses and strengthen our businesses in Iron County, and we'll continue to do that. Once we say, okay, if the jail's going to go here, That's great. That's kind of behind, at least that decision's behind, but that economic development and everything that goes along with that is ongoing. And that's something that I spend a heck of a lot of time. And there are a lot of other people in the county spending a lot of time on that. And we will continue to do that to make sure that that becomes a commercial place and hopefully better managed than the South End. Take your life into your hands. Every time you drive in there, we're going to do everything we can for proper planning on that north end and pound that economic development drum.
Very good. So I guess I'll give my little spiel now. The sheriff gave a report before a lot of you came, and he handed us out a paper that talked about the bookings in our county. Let me just read some of those. I'll read them all to you because this is another great defense to have it in town. Iron County Sheriff's Office had 73. Cedar City Police Department at 88. So Cedar City had more. Utah Highway Patrol had 35. Enix City had 8. Parowan had 4. Brian Head had 1, the task force had 5, and the university had 3. So most of our prisoners are coming from Cedar City. We need to be very close in here for that reason. Another point that was brought out was they were concerned about the park that they want on the BLM property. To point out another facility that's kind of the same type thing is in Washington County. They said, well, it wasn't a grocery store, but you can't even see the jail anymore because it's built all around. There's machinery shops and it's their fairground. Right there is their fairground. They have a huge horse park, and my grandkids go there a lot because they're rodeo people. And there's always activities going on there, constantly activities going on there, right next to their jail. Another thing about their jail is that their staff brought up to us. I didn't get to go on that tour, but they informed us that they didn't do a real good job planning. They tried to cut corners. They tried to do things not really great. Oh, well, we can fix that later. So the process has been that they have remodeled and remodeled and remodeled. They didn't do it right to begin with. We want to do it right. As commissioners, we've talked about this a lot. We want to do it right. We want to so a couple of big things that I want to talk about is the taxpayer money is so very important to me. You know, I look back on my life and I see times when you had struggles in your life and you couldn't make a payment, or I mean, all of us probably went through certain times in our life when we were first getting going, and your kids and all of that. This is what it feels like to me. And so we gave a big raise because we knew of inflation and all that. We gave a big raise to our employees, and we have great employees in the county. That's probably one of the neatest things that I found out. I've always been in the private sector, and sometimes government employees get a bad rap, but we have great employees. We have just such great employees. And I think, you know, when we talked about, you know, this jail and such a big responsibility and trying to do it without a tax increase, and we would have liked to have given the employees another raise, but we just didn't feel like we could do that right now because of this big burden that we have hanging over our head. And we really, really feel like that it's something that the county really needs. It's so important. So so as we looked at sites and you know, Reed took us through all of those. That was really a great exercise because we were looking at the taxpayer money. Every time there was over X, there was different things. That was so important. So the one other thing that I don't think's been mentioned enough is the safety of our community. This new facility is high tech, a lot better than what we have now, and especially for our staff. There's a few places in our jail that are a little scary for our staff. I mean, maybe not a camera right in this corner or whatever. And that has been on my mind a lot too. The safety in this staff, for our staff and our community, is huge on our mind. So, with that, I just, do we need to go forward and have a motion?
So
or
ready, you've had your public hearing and you've had your deliberations, and you could move on it, you could table it, you could, whatever the commission chooses to do.
I'd be prepared to make a motion if the chair would so like.
Okay. Yep.
I would like to move for approval to move forward with the process of the construction of the correctional facility in Iron County at the site that's been named the Auto Mall site, which is specifically behind Auto Mall Drive. It's
on
up
the
against
east
on the east side, up
side of
against
the
the hill, as portrayed in that graphic that's on the screen right now.
Yep. Can I have a second?
I'll second that.
Moved and seconded. Can I have a vote?
Aye.
Moved and seconded. It's approved. We'll go ahead and move forward on that site. We appreciate everybody coming in.
Hey, Reed, did you get my text? I just texted you a question.
We were thrilled to have everybody come in and talk, and that's part of the process. And as we've moved forward through this, it's been a hard thing for us to go through because it's not popular with some communities, but I feel like that is our best site, and especially for the jail from Sheriff Carpenter's recommendation, and we really listen to our staff because we feel like that they're the experts. So, okay, thank you very much, and we'll probably go ahead and move on.
We have Forest Service at 1:30.
Oh yeah. So can we?
There's been some mention from the peanut gallery of maybe
a break
for lunch, and then.
Do we have time to make?
And then maybe
we
even
probably
picking back up.
Oh, after the
Forest Service.
You want to do it that
you're in
late?
your power to do that, yeah. I mean, but it's also not that long of an agenda.
Yeah,
so
it's pretty short.
I don't know.
Yeah, whatever.
What are you thinking to wrap this up? You think you think we could be done by
1:30?
County, I believe they are. Hey, Dan. Were all of these things made available on the county website?
Thank you.
Hey, thanks for your comments.
Yay. Thank you for all you've done.
So
Appreciate you too.
I showed that YouTube Iron County Commission Live.
Yep.
Anyway,
Yep. I get it. Thanks for coming.
So IronCounty.net, you'll find something that says jail discussion.
Yeah, we'll have that next,
I don't think
actually.
they're on there yet, but we can get
Yep.
those, and then
Yep, we'll have some. Yep, thank you. Thank you so much. I appreciate you coming out and looking at that property and knowing that
We'll get those posted.
I would have bankrupted it.
I had a hard time getting them up quick.
I really
But by
pulled something
tomorrow.
out there. It's gonna
Thanks. Thanks. I really appreciate you guys.
It'd be my vote to just finish this meeting and then go to our 1:30, even if we're a little late. Are you okay with that? I think we can go fast.
Yeah, it makes a difference.
I think you have to go right back to square one and walk into the
In at the back.
Oh, yeah.
thank you.
Tyler did too, Tyler Melling. And he,
If you look at these,
He was really on point, you know. I think it'll be a bonus.
those are
I do too. We've got to get that north going somehow.
Yes. Thank you.
Should we take a break? Or should we just head?
Thank you very much.
Thank you, appreciate
I'm
everything.
good to plow through. Guys,
Probably be all right.
We have been working on it for years.
Eat after work?
We may not get the zoning that we
It's only usually an hour.
Eating's
2:30.
overrated.
And then there'll be more opportunities.
Eating's overrated.
It is. Eating's overrated.
Okay, you're the proposed plan, Mike?
Okay, yeah.
Because you've been sick.
We've got more agenda.
Go get your lunch.
Yes.
Something at 1:30 and then, you have availability?
Hey, you.
Okay, then
That's terrible.
after that.
Don't give it to me. I've been sick too much.
I was gonna say.
come back.
Let's.
I think we're going to go ahead and finish
Just what?
and then have
What are
our
you thinking?
other meeting.
That's not the greatest pen. It's been acting up on us. See if it works.
If we can get everybody to sit down and. I didn't say it.
You didn't say it, I did.
We're gonna go ahead and push on and get through this and do our public comments. So if anybody has a public comment, come on up and state your name and.
Jim Sher.
You're good, aren't you?
Go ahead.
You okay?
Okay.
You're fine.
Jim Shirtliff, Parowan. I needed to come to the commission to tell you guys publicly how much Parowan appreciates all your hard work and effort in getting the modifications to House Bill 242. That would have bankrupted our city. The mayor was up there pounding, getting, but Cleve Matheson, our city manager, wanted me to make sure that I spoke to the commission and expressed our appreciation for coming to our aid and basically saving our system. So on both the personal and professional level, I want to say thank you very much.
And just for the public, 242 was a secondary water metering requirement.
Right.
Yeah.
Thank
you very much.
And we had Molly did
Molly
do
was-
tons, and Rex was a part of that, and so was Evan. So we appreciate
All of
them.
those, the staff at Parowan provided the mayor with a lot of information. We've been fighting this fight for
Yes.
several years, but Cleve wanted me to make sure that we told you how much we appreciate you getting the support of the other commissioners around the state and having a voice for the small guy. Thank you.
Yep.
Appreciate it.
You bet.
Appreciate it.
Thanks, Mayor.
Yep.
Sorry to have you wait 2 hours to tell us.
Thanks for hanging out.
It was
Or
it was
3
fine.
hours. It's actually 3 hours.
3 hours.
I remember the old jail next to the firehouse where Lynn's is now, so
Yeah, that's been a while ago.
it's been a long time. So I voted against the new jail till I spent a night in the old jail and then got the new one. So
I think we should
Good
all have
job.
that perspective. Thank you.
Yeah, that's fine.
Let's move to agenda item number 3, discussion and possible approval of service agreement awarded to L.A. Neal Consulting LLC. That's Mike Worthen. So if you want to.
This is a services agreement for the High Desert Trail that allows us to conduct cultural analysis or contract a cultural analysis out that the BLM is requiring before they will designate it as the High Desert Trail. So it'll encompass Beaver and Iron County. We've both put in for funding through a grant to pay for this, so it won't cost the county anything. It's just a matter of signing the agreement and moving forward.
Hey.
I'll move to approve the service agreement awarded to Laniel Consulting LLC to conduct a cultural analysis on the High Desert Trail in Iron County and Beaver County required by the BLM.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay. Okay, we'll move on to 4. Oh, yes, you bet. Okay, got it.
Thank you. I appreciate
Okay,
it.
so we'll
on our
move
way.
to 4. Discussion and possible approval of converting the road department fuel site to state fuel network site. And we got Wade
Got me.
Adams here.
So, you guys have any questions on that?
So I didn't get a chance to talk to Bruce about it, and I've talked to him several times, but
I did talk to Bruce.
Did you?
So this is what Bruce said. He said his only concern is if you get a lot of traffic and guys standing around talking instead of working. And I says, well, that's kind of a management issue, right? And he goes, yeah, it is. And I can work on, tell them, hey, guys, don't stand around and talk. Thinking maybe if like the city guys and, hey, what's going on? You know, type of stuff like that. So that Bruce said that's really the only thing that he thought of.
Yeah.
But he wasn't necessarily for it or against it. But Wade's got some numbers. He was talking, I mean, something that we hadn't even really discussed. We knew that we could probably buy gas cheaper, but he just barely talked to the state fuel guy, and he got diesel for, like, he's saying we can probably buy diesel for dollars cheaper than retail.
Wow.
The bid that he has right now is like 80 cents cheaper than we're buying it wholesale from Jenkins. We're talking about some real money. What's that? Or KB.
Or KB.
So, yeah, you're going to have a little bit more traffic.
But the yard will still be closed, or are you going to make an area that won't be...
Well, John, could you pull up the Google Maps? I actually wanted to explore something. I just had an idea. I don't know if it's a really bad idea or a good idea.
So it's a possibility that
And doesn't
later
have
on
bad
we can
ideas.
move the pumps outside the fence.
Yes, yes, I wondered about, yes.
Exactly my idea.
Didn't we
Like
talk about
over
like
on
curving
Bulldog
the fence
Road
moving the
or...
fence?
The fence in on the other side of the pumps and back out so people could just come off Bulldog and fill up and leave.
Yeah.
But it might cut into our own ability to get gas up there. So it's that little tiny square you can see right by your mouse.
That guy?
That guy. That's where it is. What if you brought the fence around? I don't know if it's too close to that intersection that it would cause a problem. I don't think so. You got Amen Diesel coming in and out.
No, I bet not.
And I was going to call Bruce and ask him his thoughts about that, and I forgot to.
It'd be better as far as a 24-hour
Yeah,
thing.
for sure.
Right?
The only people I really see using that besides us is the city.
So
Yeah.
Parowan City, Parowan, the road shed by Parowan is that way, and I always liked it. With the last cartridge regime, we didn't use the state fuel as much, but it was nice to have that kind of outside of the fence. I don't know how that works for them on the inside of the fence, or if they have other pumps as well, or do you know?
No, I think they that's where they fuel up is on the outside.
They
there,
just
so.
they just do it on the outside of the fence.
We could put in a satellite pump, keep our pump there and then put another satellite pump out there. I mean, depending on how we
That might be
look at it,
something,
but-
yeah.
So
Or put the fence around that one and then put us one inside.
Put the fence so you can
so that we-
reach it from both inside and outside.
Yeah.
And you would want to make sure it was secure. I mean, put some good concrete. I mean, just so it's traffic,
way to run it over.
a car coming off the road wouldn't hit it and cause a problem. I don't know if
Yes.
you put a camera on it. I don't know. I don't know if they've had any problems.
Yeah,
The nice thing about these is they don't look retail at all.
Right.
In fact, I was looking for the SUU one the other day because we're going to start promoting that. I mean, we need to promote, regardless of whether we do this or not, we need to promote the use of, like Ken's guys, he buys a lot of good dollars. If he could save $2 a gallon, especially in these prices,
Well, that'd be a lot.
that's where it's at right now.
That would, yeah.
That's the
$2
difference.
a gallon?
Cheaper a gallon.
Oh my heck.
$2.
Yeah.
So have you got all of the cards out then?
Those bales of rocks, what
Starting
is
to be
that
used
there?
right now.
Cool.
So
Are those like bales of
Gabion, they're
rock?
Gabion baskets.
Oh, okay.
Do we need to get a
maybe it
bid
was hay.
on
Like
putting
chicken wire
that
with
fence?
rocks.
So
I've seen them
talking with Robert Slade, he's our state representative that is over the fuel.
Uh-huh.
He he gave me a name of a guy that's a cooperative, so a state contract.
Uh-huh.
He can come and look at our site, see what it would take to do
To
upgrade
change it out
change
like
it.
that?
So one of the big benefits of this too is if we have any maintenance issues, they take care of that. They
Oh,
take
yeah.
care of all of the.
We don't have to do that in-house.
So if we ever have to
Really
replace that
nice.
tank, it's on us. But we still own the site. They're maintaining it. So if a pump goes down, a dispenser goes down, they're replacing that.
Oh, that's
So-
good too.
The licensing, the compliance, they take care of all of that. So we're not having to do any of that anymore. So it's saving us that way.
Well, yeah, I think that's
An average fuel cost today he told me it was $3.15 for diesel and gas. That's the average. So I just bought unleaded over at the Parowan site. It was $2.55. So and he says he's thinking it's going to go up 34 cents. But it's still below 3
still
gallons.
way
So
cheaper. Yeah, I would like to see the one inside and outside if we can do that, because then our guys, can still fuel during.
And then you don't get all that traffic. I know you were worried about.
I don't want our guys to have to be waiting either.
Put the fence, so inside can use this side and the outside can use this side. Put the fence just right.
Split it?
Pump, split it.
something like that.
And it's just diesel only right now.
It is diesel only. That was the other thing.
There's no plan to change that.
Look at to where we could maybe add a gasoline tank there too.
Because the only gasoline is up by SUU, right?
SUU and UDOT shed.
UDOT shed, which is just down the road, right?
The discussion is we would want to look at that at budget time as a capital fixed asset, but we would probably buy a above ground tank and plumb it into that site. So put the tank over by the building or something. If we were to do that, we can.
Okay.
We don't even know how much that would cost, but we would look into that.
Just having him
Down
come
the
and
road.
looking at that site,
Uh-huh.
having that in the vision of being able to have a gas set up there too, so we have some backup fuel in case of an emergency or something like that. So
Which would be good. Yeah.
That's all we have is diesel right now.
Yeah.
So
Sounds good.
Okay. Yeah. We have a motion on that.
Move for approval of converting the road department's fuel site to a state fuel network site.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, we'll go on to 5. Oh, okay. Review for, and here comes August, for approval or denial, applications for continued property tax exemption and new application for property tax exemption which has been submitted by religious, educational, or charitable organizations requested tax exempt status on personal or real property for the 2022 tax year.
And Commissioner, if you could, we need to move to BOE.
Do we do that right now?
Convene as Board of
Okay.
Equalization. Yep.
Okay. The chair will call to convene as a Board of Equalization.
Okay, so on the signature page, I think it's 4 pages in, you'll see the little coding at the bottom. So you kind of have an idea of what those are. I hope you got a chance to look at it, but if not, it's pretty basic. So the green are the vehicles, and we have 28, no new ones this year for vehicles. 5 personal property, 1 new one for IHC. 10 new parcels, and we have a total of 201, which the majority of those are on that Excel sheet for the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, because there's so many. And then, and then we are removing 8 vehicles and removing 5 parcels, all for the Dixie and Levitt Agency. So the only removals are for them. They've sold. So there's not that many. Everything that is new, they have complied. They have sent the correct paperwork, financials, all their stuff. So in my respect, everything is here, and these are good to be approved. So that's the only ones we have. And you'll notice too, like the Youth Futures and SUU, we actually approved those in October, but because it's a new year, they're just going onto this list. So really the only new ones you have not approved are the Southwest Wildlife Foundation, the Canyon Creeks Women's Center, which is just a small piece in their backyard that is now fenced. It's not a whole building or anything. And then 3 for the Housing Authority. So those are really the true new. But again, they have complied. Everything I got was correct. So in my opinion, they look good for approval.
Good. Move forward.
Yep.
Okay, cool. We have a motion?
Okay, I'll move to approve the application for continued property tax exemption and new applications for property tax exemption which have been submitted by religious, educational, or charitable organizations requesting tax exempt status on personal or real property for the 2022 tax year.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, thanks. We will reconvene as Iron County Commission. And we'll ask Jennifer to come up for personnel.
Hello. I'll go really quickly. In the Sheriff's Office, deputies Eric Roman in patrol and Morgan Garrett in corrections obtained training and certifications for K-9 handlers and are eligible for their wage increase effective March 6, 2022. In the Road Department, Hazen Pettit and Joseph Winsen-Reed were selected from the most competitive recruiting and hiring process to fill a vacant full-time technician maintenance workers effective March 21st, 2022. And in the Council on Aging Department, Gary Thomas was selected from the most recent competitive recruiting and hiring process to fill the newly approved part-time Cedar City Meals on Wheels driver, effective March 1st, 2022.
I would move for approval of personnel actions as described.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Thank you.
Thank you. I do have one more of the county boards. John.
Okay, so non-delegated county boards, okay.
So for the Conservation District, they want to put Brandon Hunter on that board. So we have Glenn Halderman, Mark Halderman, Cody Staley, Nancy Clark, and then Brandon Hunter will be the
Is
new
that a
one.
motion?
Whoops.
Second.
No, it's perfect.
Aye.
Aye. Whew, that was quick. Good job.
I think we're
that
all-
was a long meeting
we're
today,
fine.
wasn't it?
It was Marilyn.
Do we have anything else we need?
And you seconded?
I seconded.
Okay.
Quick. I seconded quick.
Quick.
I was too busy giggling to write it down. Okay, good.
Did you get all the names?
Well, I did Brandon Hunter. Was the rest already?
Well, I don't know. Will you check them? Because
Tell me
remember
one
we
more time. I
updated
didn't write
them.
'em
Glenn Halderman, Mark Halderman, Cody Staley, and Nancy Clark. And then Brandon's the new one.
Okay.
Okay. And do we have anything else that anybody needs? Or I guess we can adjourn.
Thank you.
Very good. Oh, that was fast. Sheesh. Oh, I need to sign these.
Oh, yes.
What did she say?
Happy
was gonna
birthday
do
to
that
John.
early at the
Oh,
first
yes.
meeting, and then-
Yes.